last time in Renascence.
Rent-a-center.
Rental Center. At long last, the party was ready to finish their work with Willem. They had ambushed many of Vanis Theron's men and were finally in the manor. They kicked down the door to Vanis Theron's parlor and proceeded to lay utter waste to the inhabitants. Things got a little dicey when Theron was knocked unconscious by an exploding ice knife, and in his earnest desire to keep Vanis alive, Burberry was very briefly taken hostage.
Rude.
The party pulled through and slew their enemies, taking Vanis Theron alive and ending his rule over the Valley of Theron's. Excited to collect their pay, they proceeded to crack Theron's safe, but found no money inside, only a magical satchel that Willem recognized as a bag of savings, an item linked to a secure vault that only Theron could access. Willem determined to find another way to pay the party and sent word for collections. Meanwhile, the party took to exploring the manor. John found himself a nice bed and promptly fell asleep. Barnaby went fishing in the stream that fed the moat. Noel and Burberry found the library and took some time exploring its contents. And after some light looting, Lauren smoked some seriously strong dope with Theron's men.
Gentle looting.
Burberry joined her later, and the two of them eventually accosted Barnaby, who saw to it that they made it safely to bed. So the next morning, the party assembled for gumbo breakfast, joined Willem and an armed escort out front, where they had a wagon to convey Vanis and his few surviving men to the foot of Crownpeak, the ruins on top of which Willem has told you that Folk is currently inside. So, are there any questions before we begin?
Did we goof?
Did you goof? That's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that for you though.
Is the drug lords gonna come hunt us down and murder us in our sleep? That's my big question.
As a DM, I cannot answer that.
He is
But
definitely leading us into a dark chamber with 6 of his men, so, we'll see.
We'll be fine.
And a squad of
Fine,
prisoners.
Fine, they let us sleep first.
That's true. He did let us
If
sleep.
something happens, we'll deal with it.
You are currently traveling in the company of Willem, 6 of his men, and 6 prisoners. He's got 1 man to each prisoner. Presumably to lock them up in here. So, however shady you want to interpret that as, that is the scenario you currently find yourself in. Are there any other questions that I can answer?
Did Willem ever, elaborate on how this whole thing, did he, travel a day down into this tomb to lock up Folk? That seems like a lot of work. Or is it, how involved is this?
Willem would be able to tell you upon asking. But would you want to ask him straight out?
Sure, yeah. I mean, if we can just start the session if you want to do it that way.
Sure. So you guys are standing in the entryway to this this ruin, right? And it's this pretty large entry hall. I briefly described it last session. Segments of the roof have collapsed in, letting sun kind of filter through. And aside from a door at the far end of the hall, this is pretty much just a wide open, dusty space. The only thing of note at the center of it is a large, very old, crumbled, worn statue. Oh my god, that's a fucking intense noise.
It's spooky. I love it.
Spooky. So asking Willem about what this will entail. Willem will tell you it's not too terribly far. Probably less than half an hour. This complex is a lot more imposing on the outside, but once you start getting in, it's a little cramped. So just mind your step. Don't touch nothing. as I mentioned earlier, there's spiders in some of the earlier chambers, big ones, and some foul undead sorts down below.
So, I have a question. Your bosses, are they gonna come seeking retribution for taking Bandits out?
Kind of looks at Vanish, who is kind of listening in, you can see. He turns back to you and he says, I think that might be a conversation we have once we're done here. Put a pin in that. Come back to it.
Okay.
Kind of just like looks back at Vanish and grins, who just shakes his head and says, well, if y'all are done preparing yourselves, let's get a move on. And he will begin leading his men across this hall to the far end, towards that one point of egress, the archway at the far end of the hall. So, following him, Pete's back. So following Willem across this hall, past the statue, and through the archway, you guys pass into a second chamber. It's not a very long hall. It's maybe like 10 feet, 15 feet before you reach this the secondary chamber. And it's significantly smaller in here than the entry hall. This looks to be almost a sort of like a queuing room. There's some benches, like old stone benches, along the sides, against the walls. The ceiling, you can see evidence of webbing. These long strands of dusty web, kind of crisscrossing on the corners. But looking around, no giant spiders lurking in here, from what you can see.
How heavy is the webbing?
It's not super heavy in here. It looks like
Just like normal spider web thickness, or
the size of the thickness. The silk is a lot larger than a standard spider web. These are pretty chunky. But no spiders that you can see right now. Ahead of you, probably 30 feet from this archway, there is another archway that leads into a longer tunnel. And as you approach it, Willem kind of holds a hand up. He says, all right, give me a second here. Nobody follows until I give the word, all right? And he is going to just barely lift up off the ground, maybe like a foot or two, and just begin kind of pulling himself along the wall of this hallway. And after a couple of feet, he's able to kind of like angle himself and just start pushing off with his feet. So he's almost kind of like walking at a slant along this kind of 15-foot hallway leading into this chamber.
like a funhouse.
Yeah. And after probably 20, 30 feet, he kind of kicks off the wall and touches back down on the floor. And you see him take a few steps forward and then round a corner and disappear from sight. Actually, I should ask, is anyone carrying a light source right now?
Dark vision.
I
I
can
have
hold
dark
up that thing that was stolen from Vandus's, that Aloran gave me, the like candlestick.
The
or
crystal?
something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a glowing crystal lamp. There's.
I don't think it's a lamp. It's kind of like.
Did you break it or did you take the whole lamp?
Oh, I guess I did take the.
I thought.
Yeah.
So It's kind of like this kind of tall, narrow crystal, but like the top of it kind of flares out like a lampshade. But the whole thing is one solid crystal, and it just gives off this constant, gentle light, kind of like a torch.
I'll
Um,
hold up my lamp.
okay, because it is like pitch dark in this chamber. There was sunlight filtering into the entry hall, but in here there's no cracks in the ceiling and there's no light sources, so it is just dark as shit. And Willem is walking without a torch, for what it's worth. Um, he just kind of moseyed along the wall, down this hallway, round to the corner, and after a moment, you hear this loud echo through the chamber. And a second later, you see Willem's hand kind of stick it back out around the corner, like, "All right, it's good. Come on in." And his men kind of look at each other, look back, look at you.
We look at them.
I think one of them, who's holding Dustin, the very nervous man that you guys captured in the first ambush, he just kind of jerks Justin's manacles. He's like, "All right, come on." Dustin's like, "Oh fuck no," and pushing Dustin in front of him. Makes for the hallway. So Dustin is the first one in, and as they near the threshold, the guy kind of slows down and kind of was looking around, and eventually just like he just shoves Dustin in. Dustin stumbles for a few steps, and he kind of staggers a little bit as he enters, and he's like, "Oh, this floor is funny." Oh. You see him kind of take a couple more steps, like tapping the ground, and there's kind of a slight bounce as he's like stomping on the ground.
I'd like to bounce where he steps.
You go out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, not with him yet.
Okay.
Later.
Well, let the guinea pig do his thing.
And yeah, Dustin's just standing there, like frozen, tapping the ground periodically, just looking around at the ceiling, the archway.
Does it make a noise when he taps the ground?
Uh,
Like rock or no?
very, very faintly, you can hear the sound of like grinding stone. Just
Do we know any of the guards that came with us to escort the prisoners?
these are all new faces.
Can I just go to the one just to be like, what's happening? Nice.
He kind of looks to you and looks at Dustin. He's like, "I don't fucking know. I don't think anything." And eventually, Willem calls back out. He's like, "Y'all coming or what? Hurry up!" And Dustin's guard is gonna just kind of step forward and with a sigh and grab his manacles again and just start walking forward. And nothing happens. You see them walk the length of the hallway and around the corner.
All right, I'm gonna go next.
Okay.
And then when it gets to the weird area, I'm gonna like kind of like hop a little bit on it because I'm curious. And I'll keep looking.
It's only like a few feet into the hallway that you feel the grounds give a little. Stepping onto it, you feel like the tile under your feet kind of depress like an inch, just kind of. Yeah. And walking forward, it feels like it's sort of one solid like slate that kind of just stretches the length of the hallway. And kind of every time you pick your feet up, it kind of comes back up a little bit and then kind of bounces with your step. And this stretch runs about 20 to 25 feet into the hall before you hit solid ground again. And kind of walking forward, you see standing around the corners Willem, Dustin, and Dustin's handler. And after seeing Aloran pass through the hallway unscathed, that's two groups now. The rest of Willem's men will begin to follow suit.
Yeah, I'll be behind them.
Yeah, make their way in.
Also, just for my own records, do we have any description that I could put in my inventory for this magical lamp? Just like, even just radius it sheds light would be nice.
It's functionally a torch.
Okay. Cool. I will just put same as torch.
Yeah.
That's very handy, honestly, a magical torch.
Yeah. There's a spell for that, actually.
I don't have to use a spell slot this way.
Well, one that makes a permanent torch like that.
Oh,
Yeah. It's like smokeless flame or everlasting flame or something like that.
Light plus.
Yeah. It's a cool spell. Anyways, you guys can make your way down the hallway. All of you get to experience the weird kind of uneven flooring that's giving under your feet. And we gotta come down and reach this kind of a T intersection. And they're all sort of gathering on one side of it. Willem's standing there next to this lever. And once everyone's assembled, he's like, all right, we good? Y'all have your fun? All right.
Guess so.
Next chamber is one of the precarious ones. So, get some torches out. You're going to want some fire for this. Keep these things away. All right?
Do I have a torch?
Check your inventory.
I don't.
John will hand the Lauren a torch and take it on out for himself as well.
I also don't have a torch.
You don't have torches?
Forgot to buy
John will
one.
hand another torch to...
I've got a lamp in one hand and a torch in the other. Let's fucking do this shit.
Let me check.
John will hand a torch to Lauren and to Noel.
Okay.
What about Barnaby and Burberry?
I'm checking my bags. Give me a moment.
He's like shuffling through all these crossbow bolts. He's like, where the fuck did I put my torches?
Yeah,
I can't tell if that's a bolt or a torch.
Technically, can't you use it as a torch?
A bolt?
Yeah.
It's
Is it no?
It's like a candle. It's like a tiny little stick.
I mean, if I put some leather around it or something, bet I could. But that'd be a good mix of leather.
Do you need a torch?
I'm looking, gall darn it. And by looking, I mean rapidly open up my character sheet because I forgot to open it up.
Burberry
Ah,
just hands me
okay.
one as well. It's just
Everybody's got a torch.
Also,
How is John the only one carrying torches?
I have 10 of them.
for some reason.
Because
got 10
I have-
torches, I found them.
They're just like basic starting equipment. I'm just surprised.
yeah, none
They
of
come in the adventurers kit.
I got torches. We're all right.
Okay.
They're part of the
Thumbs
adventure.
up. Don't know how I missed them.
I just assumed other people would have torches.
I got 10 torches. We got plenty.
Time to buy more food.
I was pretty fucking poor at the start of this, alright?
You didn't get bored anymore.
Still can't
Alright.
believe that fairy cost 5 silver. That's like a week's worth of work for a normal person.
Yeah, really.
It's a good torch. Moving on down this hall, following Willem's lead. Stay there, boy. No. You guys kind of round the corner and find yourself entering, not really fully entering, you're sort of standing just short of the threshold of this large, high-ceilinged chamber. You can very faintly make out cracks in the ceiling that there's illuminated by daylight. Not enough to really illuminate the chamber itself, but enough that you can kind of get the contour of the ceiling fixed in your mind. And as y'all approach, Aloran, with your passive perception, you would pick up this kind of flurry of activity overhead. It's faint, but you can pick up numerous sources of this clattering
Raise the
and
light.
clicking and looking up, just barely illuminated by the torchlight, kind of at the cusp of the aura. You can see multiple sets of gleaming eyes, pincers clacking together,
Oh, it's spiders.
numerous shifting legs,
No.
kind of picking at these
I'm gonna like go
intertangled
and I'm
threads.
gonna kind of start. I'm like, can we get out of here?
Hold your horses.
I don't want to be in here.
All right, look. I ain't really taking the time to clear this room out, so it ain't exactly my favorite. Here's the deal. They don't like fire. So if we make enough show of it, they should stay the fuck up there. Alright?
All right, I start.
Alright. Just everybody stick close together, torches out, and don't let them see you're scared. Alright.
Rock out with
They
your
can
torch
smell
out.
fear.
Just by looking at you.
There's-
Spiders actually smell.
If they see an open, they get nippy. So move quick and be scary. Let's go. He just assembles them in and just starts moving into the chamber. Torch overhead, and immediately he's like, "Back, you fuckers!" Yelling at the ceiling.
And he's immediately swarmed by 20 spiders.
And yet this following his lead, his men follow him in, and they can also immediately begin kind of yelling. They've got the prisoners kind of in the middle of their little circle, torches out, and just waving and thrashing and screaming, and their voices echoing in this cavernous chamber. And with them, you hear the volume of the clatter overhead pick up as the spiders grow agitated. And Aloran, with your torch up, you can definitely see a lot more movement up there as many legs begin skittering around the perimeter. And Whitlam's men, they are making their way away from the door. They're starting to leave you guys behind. What are y'all doing?
I'm gonna stand by John. I'm scared. He's
I'm
big.
going with.
I think we're trying to keep up with them, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I need intimidation checks from everyone in the party, please.
See if I can pull
Pretty
this.
sure I have advantage on this.
Who's got the lowest intimidation? I'll help you.
I rolled a nat 20.
Hey.
Going with me with my big old +0.
I'll help you. Give you advantage.
Thank you. I rolled a 5.
17 total for Noel.
Thank you very much, Barnaby. My second roll was also a nat 20.
Oh shucks.
17 from John.
Okay, 2 net 20s and a 17, you said, Noel?
17 from Barnaby.
17 from
3
Barnaby.
17s and 2 nat 20s.
I was helping her him look all intimidating, and I looked intimidating myself too.
All right.
I feel like he just went like grr, and then like Barnaby just stands behind him like.
So,
Good thing spider eyes would make a nice stew.
you guys stepping into this chamber, immediately joining the cacophony of shouting and brandished torches. Seconds pass, and already you can see these long, spindly legs shuffling down the walls, down to the ground towards you. Barnaby, you see one rush almost like 10 feet up to you, and suddenly just like kick its legs up, baring its fangs, and kind of take a couple steps back, swinging its arms at you. But you shoot away with the torch and backs back into the darkness. Another one takes a rush at Noel. But standing strong with that 17, It rushes up. You kind of push that torch into its face, and again, it backs off. There's like arms at the ready, fangs bared. And you can just kind of barely see around like the edge of the torchlight. These things are just kind of like running these fast, frantic circles around you, just like looking anywhere they can for an opening. But you're sticking together, you're sticking close, and you're keeping those torches out. And as y'all cross the chamber, following Willem through another archway, Willem is very quickly like beckoning you guys in. Come on, let's move. You guys kind of all file in. John and Barnaby at the backs, pushing the last of the spiders away with his flames. File through and go and get. And seconds later, Willem slides this heavy stone slab between you and these clamoring creatures. And the din grows quiet. You can still hear the legs on the other side kind of scratching at the stonework. But you're safe.
I can and will make you into gumbo if you don't stop that right now.
I will not eat that gumbo.
Spider has good eating. Got a good pop to him.
Just make sure that you don't include the legs, because the hair is actually quite an effective itching powder. And having your throat itchy.
I always liked the feeling it gave my tongue.
All right. At that note, Lauren's gagging now.
Very faintly from the other side of the stone slab, you hear this sound. Spiders hissing.
Don't you make me come in there.
John just shut his ears off. It's like, nope, I'm not listening.
This room is horrible.
Many more rooms are we going to have to travel through that are of a similar ilk?
That's the only one with spiders in it.
I mean, are there any other things that are prone to attacking, setting us on fire, possessing, eating, etc.?
Well, no. As I said, spiders are back there. So we'll have to deal with them on the way out. But what's coming next are the catacombs. Now, I know y'all didn't see it in there. It was dark as shit, and we had other priorities. There's another big fucking statue back in that room. I'm pretty sure whatever built this place used to worship something in there. But this little place is hidden. You can't really see it unless you take some time investigating, or you know it's there. There's kind of a secret little chamber bringing us down to the living quarters. Now, quarters themselves ain't got much in there. Past them, they got catacombs where they've been burying dead. They used to bury dead. Whoever built it, like I said, old fucking place. When we get down there, don't touch shit. All right. Some of them aren't quite as dead as I'd like. So, quiet, careful, no touching. Got it?
This seems like a lot of trouble to go through to lock up one man.
Well, we're locking up 6 right now.
Well, you did lock up one, didn't you?
He looks at
Why?
Vanus.
I'm gonna ask him again. Why was Wolf locked up?
As I said, I was
I
under
wanna roll
orders.
insight on this.
What did you say?
Insight? As I said, I was under orders.
Like,
Insight?
I still didn't catch it because Clark was saying something.
sorry, I said I also want to do insight, but I didn't hear you either. So.
Yeah.
No. 21. Oh, shit. He says, I was under orders.
He was under orders.
John rolled a 5 insight.
5. Yeah. John, you probably don't pick much up. A Lauren with a 21. There is some strange emotion coming through as he says this. I mean, he's usually got kind of this like dry, amused kind of tone to his voice. But this sounds almost gleeful, which is weird. But there's an excitement under his words. It's constrained, but you're picking something up, and it's very unsettling.
Follow-up question. Is Smokey okay?
He's fine. He's doing just as well as anyone else we've ever had to put up here. Ain't that right, Venus? It's like, I would imagine if you've taken care of him.
So what was the order of why he got locked up?
He was kidnapping, or sorry, trespassing, and he got kidnapped because of it.
You see, as you guys are talking about this, Vanis will kind of lean over to Willem, and kind of whisper something.
Can I try to hear this?
Make a perception check.
Yeah, I want to listen into.
He is a whale.
You won.
Yes, 16 my perception is 5.
16 and plus 5, 21.
Barnaby don't hear it.
Only 14.
22.
22. Okay. So the cleric and the druid catch this. Vanus whispers to Willem, who exactly are we talking about here? And Willem, kind of like leaning back over his shoulder, replies, like, that fellow I told you about a couple weeks back. You'll recognize him, I'm sure. Come on. You ready to go? Any more questions before we proceed? All right. Forgive me, but these biscuits you made with your gumbo are good shit. I've been snacking on them this whole time.
What is Willem eating, man?
He's got whatever biscuits Barnaby made with his gumbo. So, proceeding forward in this passage, you guys kind of find your way passing out of sort of the worked stone of this temple and beginning to descend underground. The passage transitions into this kind of roughly hewn natural living stone tunnel. And the scant few carved steps that you started down almost immediately give way to just sort of an uneven rocky floor, just winding its way deeper and deeper into the rock. It eventually opens up, and you find yourselves passing into a cavern, and kind of shining your torchlight around. This cavern is kind of gives off a faint sheen in the firelight. Excuse me, hiccups. And in here, what you see is, as Willem describes, what looks like a living space. There's these very, very old stone and wood furnishings. The wood has almost completely rotted away and collapsed. You can see what might have once been a cabinet, just kind of like folded in on itself, and just totally overgrown with mildew and moss. There's like a counter space, what looks like an old hearth, kind of carved into the side of the cavern. And proceeding forward through this chamber and a few more, you kind of get the impression that this space used to house the attendants of the temple above ground. That's what he described it as you left that spider chamber. He said, y'all didn't see it, but there's a big statue in there. Another one. Pretty sure whoever used to
Got it.
live here did something with it. So, passing through a handful of these chambers, you eventually come to another tunnel opening. Kind of shining your torch inside, you can see that the stonework in here is a lot more heavily worked. Kind of entering like a carven section again. And I'm stepping inside, you see kind of a low arched ceiling, kind of a long, wide hall, and then alcoves kind of set in between these support beams of stone every 6 or 7 feet. And in these alcoves, laying in sort of these shallow stone, almost troughs or tubs, are the remains of a creature you've never seen before. It's roughly humanoid, but with 4 long, spindly arms and kind of a flattened, angular skull with 2 eye sockets on either side of this very prominent ridge that kind of extends past what would be normal for a humanoid this day and age. And these remains are mummified, as best as you can tell. They've got these very loose linen wrappings. The skin is intact, but so completely dried out and brittle. The lips curled back to reveal these pointed teeth. The fingers are just these like gnarled sequences of bone held together by just the barest amount of sinew. Strange creatures. And there's 2, 4, 8. Looks like almost 20 of them interred along this stretch of catacomb. And as you guys are kind of taking in your surroundings, looking around, Willem will kind of signal to you all with his hands and hold a single finger up to his lips, eyes wide. Shh. And very carefully, he begins moving forward. His men follow suit, watching their steps. Yes, and if I could get a stealth check from the group.
I have a question. So, if I was going to do cast spell,
Okay.
could I do it? Like, do I need to do it before or after?
Are you thinking pass without trace?
Yup.
Yeah, before.
I'm gonna use inspiration
Okay.
because I rolled a nat 1.
Oof. That is rough. Yeah. So you're going to cast Path Without Trace.
This would be a good time for that.
Okay.
Although you can't hit everyone.
So if I have pass without a trace, I get a +10, right?
Each creature you choose within 30 feet of you gets a +10 bonus to Dex checks. Stealth checks. Excuse me.
Is it limited to 8?
It's within 30 feet of you.
So,
Who all would be in range?
Yeah,
then?
who's getting it? Because he only gets 10 choices, I think.
No,
There's
that's-
no
that's
limit
it.
to it. It just
Oh,
says
there's no limit? For some reason, I thought there was a
creature
limit.
within 30 feet of you.
Cool. Sweet.
So that puts me at 24.
Okay, 24 is good.
Yeah, I had to use my inspiration though.
Still not a bad use of
Oh
it.
god.
31.
Oh,
31, damn.
22?
32?
25.
19, 25. Ooh.
Does like John trip and then just like grab onto Barnaby like
I think Barnaby would topple if John grabbed on.
I like he's the I was trying to think of how the one could turn into a
Or wait, who's taller? I don't remember.
John.
Oh, yeah, John's like 8 feet or something crazy.
Yeah, but
Barnaby's 7. He'd be
yeah,
able to briefly catch him.
of all of us, Barnaby is the least likely to just be flattened.
Yep.
True.
You know what's funny? What I just realized during that when we were trying to sneak behind that camp, I fell into John, and apparently Lauren, almost half his size, is able to like knock that guy over.
You hit him right behind the knee, you know.
We can
With
just
anyone on the knee, they'll go down.
Yeah, like going up against the back of the knee like that. Knock anyone down.
Yep.
Anyways, great check from the party. Only a handful of really rough checks from Willem's men. And with the benefit of pass without a trace, no problems.
Yeah.
No problems.
That was good time for that spell.
This
Yes.
aura of silence and shadow. You guys almost forget that you're traveling in a group. It gets so quiet and dark, and like you're just so like zeroed in on the far side of this chamber. Can't even hear your own footsteps as you walk. Just this very soft sensation of stone under your feet as you take one step and another. Your eyes just kind of tracking the mummified remains in each of these open tombs. And eventually, you guys make your way out of this chamber and into another stretch of catacomb. More remains interred in alcoves along the sides of this tunnel. And very silently, past these as well. You guys pass through 2 more segments of catacomb like this before emerging back into a natural stone cavern. And Willem leads you guys a good distance forward away from this catacomb before finally saying anything. And with the power of the magic up, his words are actually kind of muffled a little bit. And it's a little hard to kind of understand him through the sort of the thickness of the air that this spell you've generated has created. But he says to all of you, is like, "Oh, that was good thinking, whoever that was. Good on you. It's a good one. It's a good one to hold on to." All right. So we're past the worst of it. We just gotta get down this slope here. And he kind of points behind him, and you can see the cavern ends at about 30 feet, but the floor that you're walking on actually kind of gives out about 20 feet out. So there's like a 10-foot gap of space where the cavern kind of sinks out of sight. Willem says, now it's a little slick, so careful here, but the worst of it's behind us. So, who's going first?
And
All right. Lead the way, big boy.
all right.
So stepping forward, Barnaby, what you see is an almost vertical drop in the cavern.
Barnaby, but before you do that, and he's gonna like put his like palm on the highest point that's not your ass. And I'll give you resistance to give you a +4 to a saving throw.
Fancy. I'll probably need it.
Seems like a good idea. I don't know.
Okay. So, looking at this drop, you can see that it's probably like 30 feet down, and at the bottom of this sort of natural shaft, you see this kind of faint shimmer, and a moment later kind of recognize like there's a pool of water down there. Along the wall of this shaft, you can see that there is a ledge kind of circling its way down, kind of winding along like a corkscrew, making its way down to a continuation of this passage at the bottom of the shaft.
How far down are we talking?
It's about a 30-foot drop, give or take.
And then it's water.
You see water, and you see, like I said, there's a path. It's narrow and a little slick looking, but you can see that there's a path along the wall that leads down to the water.
I'll look behind me to everyone. We still need to be quiet.
Willem kind of looks behind him. He's like, I think we're clear.
All right. Cannonball!
On that note, Lauren's gonna book it with him. I hear cannonball on my water. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, there's gonna be like 5 feet deep.
It's 1 inch of water.
I jump.
Okay.
Oh, Lauren.
So, Aloran, you're far enough back. Willem is going to throw out a hand and be like, oh, wait, no! Barnaby, however, has already jumped.
Yes.
And you fall. Whoosh! And it's cold, but it also burns real bad.
That's some cold. Ah!
And you feel this, you feel like all this bubbles and foam beginning to like pool up around your body as you're just enveloped in this horrible burning pain.
Oh my god.
Nope, I'm getting out. Out.
So you're gonna take 7 acid damage as you frantically cross this pool and haul yourself out.
Jump. I'm just gonna yell.
Well, it's gonna be like, why'd you do that, you damn fool?
I thought it was a big pool of water. Would you just not jump into a pool of water? I didn't think so.
See the pen. Stop yelling.
You said it was okay. Well, I'm down here. Come on down whenever you please.
We'll give the next person in the line, the conga line, resistance. I'll just give.
Smells like burnt hobgoblin. I'm going to. I think I can do this. Could a mage hand hold that magic lamp I have or no?
It's less than 5 pounds, right?
Well,
Yeah,
I know there's something about mage hands not being able to like use magic items or something, but I don't know if that counts.
It's just like carrying a cord.
attack you.
I have a 50-foot rope. If we attach one end up here and give one end to Burberry, we should.
Barnaby.
Or Barnaby. We should be able to, like, just go down without touching acid.
We can not touch the acid if we just take the path.
Also, they.
Oh, there's a path. Okay.
I was gonna say I'm going to cast Mage Hand. I'll hand my Mage Hand the lamp. There's the word, and I will use the actual torch for myself. I'll have it float 20 feet ahead of me on the path, so there's a very wide area lit up.
Okay.
And if anything is going to spring out, it might the hand might trick it into thinking someone's there instead.
Okay. That's fine. So Noel's gonna go down next.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take the corkscrew.
So go ahead and give me a dexterity check. As you step onto this path, the stone, it's very smooth. It's been rounded kind of along the edge. You're kind of having a hard time keeping like a steady stance. And not only is it uneven, it's also very faintly damp, which is making progress a very slow plodding affair.
Dexterity check.
Yes, please.
That's not bad. 18 total.
18. Okay. Moving very carefully and with the benefit of this nice wide aura of light, you take your time but get down to the bottom safely, unscathed.
Okay.
And Noelle, you join a smoldering Barnaby. Ooh,
Barnaby, you're more close.
chemical smell.
It'll be all right. I'm mostly worried
Now
about
that
my
I'm
spices.
down here with my torch, can I actually see? It doesn't look like water, I assume, or does it look exactly like water?
Well, you didn't see it before. Looking at it now, there's like a lot of like fizzing and bubbling taking place in the pool.
Is it colored?
In the torchlight, the color is not particularly different from what you would expect of water in a dark cave. It's reflects light in a similar way and kind of has the same sort of dark, mostly transparent quality to it. The telltale sign at this point is there's a lot of fizzing and bubbling from the introduction of foreign compounds into this pool.
AKA Barnaby.
Okay.
That is currently being consumed and burned away. The smell also, now that you're down here, is quite acrid.
I would like to slide down this path.
You want to slide down it?
Like,
Some resistance on your way.
Give me a dexterity check then.
That was not a fun time.
sliding.
Hope my spices are fine.
Ooh, that's bad.
What'd you get?
I got a 5.
You got a 5.
I think you have inspiration if you want to use it for this.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my inspiration. I wanna look cool.
No guarantee.
Is there any way for John to like react and catch her?
You got a 4.
A 5 and a 4. That sucks.
Oh,
Is there any way?
then?
Is there any way for John to react and catch her?
No, that.
Oh, that's your total. Shit. Ooh, girl. Unfortunately, John, she's already sliding. And about halfway through, you hit like a weird like dip and like jump in the rock. You're like one foot goes out from under you, and the other in very rapid succession. And failing by that much, it's immediately just ass over tea kettle, just swoosh.
Hey, do I see
Fried
her falling?
fish.
I got time to catch. Down at the bottom.
She has fallen straight into the middle of this pool. She's like a good 10 feet from the edge. I rolled dick on damage though, so you're gonna take 4 damage from this, 4 acid damage, and very quickly, I assume, just like jet for the edge and try and fly yourself out.
Water.
No, it burns like a bitch.
Jump in! I told you not to jump in.
Slide, be a cool person.
I was trying to look cool.
I probably should have warned you about that bump.
So that's 3 people down.
Oh my god. This is
We're
the
gonna have
most
burn for a
impractical
while.
fucking prison I've ever seen.
I think that's the idea.
I mean, it's a good prison. No one's really gonna get out very easily.
It ain't easy to get out.
It ain't easy to get in!
Exactly.
That's why I don't come in that often.
I'm probably gonna
Got
do
it
my best
later.
to go last, just so that I can keep giving people resistance, because it's a touch rain spell.
I'm gonna pour water on myself and try to get the burning ass off of myself.
It helps a little bit, but I mean, there's definitely still like tingling.
I'm just gonna talk to Crownpeak about how much this acid is burning my fucking skin and how upset I am.
Yeah.
I'll have a conversation about
Oh,
that.
you forgot a spot. Barnaby's gonna go help.
You guys are just like hosing each other down in a chemical bath.
You're still smoking over there.
Oh, I hear sizzling. Check
While-
behind you.
While everybody else is coming down, I'm not gonna go exploring, but I do want to look at what's ahead of us since we have torches.
This chamber, or tunnel, I guess I should say, continues on for like another 20 feet before you see more worked stone, tile, and brickwork, as it kind of transitions from cavern to compound again. And probably another 10 feet in, past that transition point, you see a heavy stone door.
I won't push my luck.
Is Golden just like laughing at us at this point?
Willem is standing at the top of the fucking thing, looking down, just like shaking his head, like rubbing his eyes, like.
Can we
He,
live? We're here.
he looks at the others, just like, y'all feel like showboating?
Not to be a horrible person, but wouldn't Barnaby and Noel have both also taken fall damage?
Aloran? Falling into liquid, not necessarily, no.
Okay.
Wow, Pete.
Look, I'm just saying, all right, just in the interest of keeping the narrative here.
Yeah. I think a 30-foot fall in the waters.
Nah,
Yeah.
they would have taken fall damage if they rolled a nat 1, because they would have like done a.
You would have hit rock on the way down.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say you did a belly flop, so like you
Ooh.
get damage from the
Belly
side.
flop into acid. It goes up the
Oh.
nose.
Well, that would.
That's one way to
yeah.
clear your sinuses.
That sounds mighty awful. Yeah, clear your sinuses forever.
Whether you want it or not.
Yep.
Flop and you have 20, would you still take damage? Because you're doing a belly flop and you nailed it perfectly.
I mean, belly flops hurt. That's what they do. So yes,
Okay.
True.
You succeeded in injuring yourself.
good job. So, John and Burberry still need to get down.
Yes, I said I'm going last because I want to give everyone resistance on the way.
Okay, that's
You know,
fine.
in case they need to try and, grab a ledge or something.
Okay. John, are you going first? John
He's muted.
is muted.
Yeah, be muted.
Well, since he's not here, I think Willem. Oh, there he is.
Willem can go first. That's fine.
Okay. Willem's men, I think, are looking at this and each other and kind of like talking. And eventually one of them is going to pull a rope out. And they are going to tie the rope to themselves. And it's Dustin's guy again. So to Dustin. And hand the other end of the rope to their buddies up top. And very carefully, they're going to begin inching their way down, while Willem's other men are holding on to the far end of the rope for them.
We'll also be getting resistance, because that's just how I'm rolling today. Just resistance for everyone. It's a cantrip. I can cast it forever.
I mean, resistance doesn't actually help with this just because it's a dexterity check.
I know, but it makes me feel better.
Fair enough.
Plus, I figure if they fail by one, they might have a chance to possibly grab the rope before they just go tumbling down.
So the guard holding Dustin is keeping his footing pretty well. But Dustin, not having the benefit of free hands to balance with, rolls horribly.
Oh boy.
Within a few steps, very quickly off the side, and is suddenly just hanging by the waist over this pool of acid,
Yikers.
and is immediately just like, ah, oh fuck, oh fuck, pull me up, pull me up, pull me up, pull me up. And his handler is just leaning as far back against the wall as he can with his hands on the rope around his waist.
Can we try to from falling in?
They are up at the top of this ramp, so if you want to go back up, okay.
What about John from his side?
John's up. Yeah, John, you're still up there, so you can help if you want.
I'll try to assist if I can.
Go ahead and give me a strength check with advantage because you do have the help of 5 other guys.
Don't I have advantage on strength checks? Or is that only when I'm in...
Only when you're angry.
Yeah.
Okay. I just don't wanted to double check. On athletics check? Or just strength?
I would say strength.
Okay. That would be 14.
14? Okay. It's a struggle. But you guys are very, very slowly and carefully able to kind of haul this guy back as he pulls up Dustin with him. And eventually, he kind of pulls him up and his ass slides across the rock. He just kind of collapses on the floor, shaking and crying. Fuck. And he's like, all right, shit. Who's got Titans? Anybody got Titans? He's asking his buddies.
I got 8. Let me double check. Nope.
Nope.
Not I either.
Do
I
they
was thinking of
do this every time they need to bring them food and shit?
Excellent question.
Do they bring them food is a better question.
Well, we're about to find
You need to
out.
get down there.
You're down at the bottom. Yeah. I mean, if you want to yell. But yeah, if nobody up top has pythons on them, I think Willem eventually is gonna just reach into his bag and pull out a handful. And he's like, "Look, here, it's gonna take you that long." And they're like, "Fucking float, man!" And takes the pythons, unties Dustin, tells him to stay. Dustin does not move from his spot on the ground, and this one guard is going to slowly climb back down and begin trying to hammer pythons into the rock. And as he goes, he's attaching the rope to each one, kind of trailing it and fixing it to the wall. So there's something to hold on to on the way down. And with a nat 20, he makes it down safely. So one of Willem's men joining you guys. The rest are going to slowly follow suit with their prisoners in tow. First one slips and has to fucking haul his ass back up. Second one makes it safe. Safe. We're starting to get some momentum. It takes them some time and some doing, but eventually Willem's men make their way down with the benefit of this rope, this guide rope that they set up. You guys are just kind of chilling at the bottom.
I'm a little salty.
Still rinsing yourselves off.
Pulling ourselves off.
You're a fish person, you're always kind of salty.
Phoebe, can I help you? And eventually it's just Burberry, Vanis, Willem, and John up top. Willem,
Aren't I up now?
you are still up top yet. Burberry,
No,
John, Willem, Vanis. Yeah. So who's going next?
I don't want to leave Burberry up atop with Willem and Annis, so either I'll say and Burberry can go, or they can go and then I'll go.
Not sure what you're worried about, but if you wish.
Leaving the only non-combat member alone with two people that could instantly probably kill her. Him.
I mean, there's always the option of falling off.
Ain't that bad.
All right, Vanis, you ready for a walk? Come on, buddy, grab some rope. And Willem just walks Vanis over to the edge, kind of guides him over to the guide rope. And Vanis kind of nervously looks over his shoulder at Willem and starts walking. Willem just continues to stand there, watching as the rope tied between them grows taut and taut and taut. And then Willem begins to kind of slide along behind Vanis, just kind of like hanging in the air like a balloon. And he just kind of watches with his arms crossed as Vanis is now slowly pulling Willem along behind him down the rope. Willem floating the whole way. Vanis just barely makes it. A couple of times, one of his feet kind of like slide on the rock, and he has to like just like tense up and clutch the rope. Willem just chuckles each time, watching. Come on, buddy. You're almost there. We're almost halfway. Look at that. Look at that. You're nearly there. Everybody's waiting for you down there. Come on. I know you got this. Come on, Vanis.
No one appreciates a sore winner, Willem.
I'm loving this. I'm gonna not to speak for anyone else, but this is great. Vanis, for his part, is just very doggedly watching the slope and slowly pulling his way down along, Willem trailing behind. And eventually, they make it down to the landing with the rest of you. Willem lowers himself back to the ground with a chuckle and undoes his belt. All right. Two left. Now coming?
You said that the rope gives advantage?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Would you prefer I go first? You are a bite bigger than I am. He is talking to John.
I figured okay. I mean, if you want me to go before you, I can. I was just
No,
figuring
I
out...
said you want me to go first because you're bigger than I am.
Oh, I thought you said me go first because I'm bigger.
Oh, no, other way.
Yeah, sure.
Keep an eye out for slippery spots.
Okay.
John going last makes the most sense. That's the
So
highest chance the rope could snap.
is Burberry going alone then?
Huh?
Is Burberry just going alone, just following the rope?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although I will give resistance before I leave because again, I can cast it forever.
Just to clarify, was Willem flying, you said?
Yeah, floating.
He was floating
Okay.
behind Vanis, just kind of being pulled along by the rope he had fastened between them.
Gotcha.
21.
21. Easy enough. Burberry, with your clawed feet, you are able to kind of like grip the protrusions in the ground fairly easily. Being small and light as you are, there's not a lot of momentum to kind of like topple you if you do slip. So you actually find it's a fairly easy little trek down. And
And I will
faster than
point.
anyone else, Burberry makes their way down to the landing and joins the group.
I will point out any slippery spots on my way.
So John, you're the last one standing up top.
Okay. Is a dexterity check, acrobatics check, or dexterity save?
That's dexterity check with advantage from the rope.
Okay.
I feel like it would have
Have
been a good
advantage.
idea to do that before
You were
all
just like,
this.
I'm gonna have to.
Well, it's a good thing I have advantage because the first roll was a 3. So the second roll was a 12 plus 2, so 14.
Okay. John, you are much bigger and much heavier than Burberry. Even with the forewarning, it's tricky going, making sure that you're not putting your weight down in the wrong spot and slipping off. But having watched like 12 people go at this point, you've got a decent idea of where not to step at this point, and slowly and carefully make your way down and join the rest of the group. Unacided.
Uncooked.
Yeah.
Uncrustified.
So,
You've not gone through the crispification.
at the bottom of this pool, you guys are kind of parted down the middle as Willem steps forward and leads you guys down the tunnel towards that heavy stone door. And stepping up to it, Willem says, "We are in the clear, folks. Just stick close, and we'll be right back with Silk in no time at all." He gives that heavy stone door a couple of knocks. "Coming in," and places his hand along one edge of the frame and slides it across the threshold. And stepping inside, you guys find yourselves in kind of a plain circular chamber. On the far end of the chamber, there is another heavy stone doorway. And in the center of this chamber, it's kind of this strangely low-ceilinged domed room. Standing in the center is a figure clad in heavy, very old plate armor, adorned in these engravings and patterns. Sort of suggests an age-long past. And as Willem approaches, this figure shudders and looks up. And where there should be a face in the open front of his helmet, there is just an empty, dark space. Give me an Arcana check, I guess. Or I get Arcana or Religion if you're trying to figure out if it's Blathamog.
Would you like advantage?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I'm a religious person. I know about stuff sometimes.
Not much better. It's just a 12.
This doesn't strike you as a deity of any sort. It looks like a sort of an empty suit of armor standing in the center of the room, responding to Willem's approach. And as he steps forward, you see this suit of armor sort of unfold its arms where they were crossed across its chest, and then unfold a second set of arms underneath that one. And brandished in one of its hands, there's this long, barbed sword. And it begins to take a step towards Willem. But as he approaches, Willem reaches into his jacket and pulls out his dagger. And just kind of flips it in his hand and holds it up. And the armored figure stops. Relaxes. You see it kind of turn the sword back and drive it into the ground, clasping its hands over the hilt. And nod as Willem approaches. He looks back over his shoulder. He's like, "All right, we're good. Come on." And he just waves. And as you guys walk, you see Vanus lean in again, whispering something furiously to Willem.
Can I?
Willem just kind of laughs.
And I try to keep-
Yeah, sure. Give me a perception check.
I want to try to.
God damn it. Can I dice stale, please?
Nice job.
I'm mad. I rolled a 9. I was rolling great.
Nice.
Shit.
I got a 19 to over here.
19?
22.
22. Okay, yeah. With those rolls, you guys pick up Vanus kind of frantically responding, or not responding, inquiring of Willem. It's like, what the fuck is that? You never mentioned anything like that was in here. Willem just laughs in response to it. As he steps up to the far door, sheathing his knife and hauling it open. Following Willem through this doorway, past this figure that just kind of watches as you all pass before resuming its vigil. You guys step into another long hallway with vaulted alcoves lining either side. These alcoves have heavy bars set inside them. So nice.
Can I roll
um,
Arcana for whatever that was?
Yeah, sure.
Also, just something obvious. What weapons did that thing have?
It was carrying one big barbed sword.
Okay.
Big ol' 11.
11? I mean, it's a magic suit of armor. You don't really have the expertise in these sorts of things to say much more than that. I will say, drawing close to it as you walk by, this thing emanates a very palpable, sinister aura. Whatever is in there is relatively potent.
I don't know if I would know this or not, but like, does it feel demonic in nature?
With an 11, I think it would be hard to say. It's the most you could really say of it is it feels very unsettling to get close to this thing. There's a lot of concentrated magical energy just innate to this thing. It just kind of sets the hairs on your arm on end, or scales, I guess I should say, in your case. Just very, very eerie and unsettling as you draw close to it. And it's dead silent as it just kind of turns its head to watch you as you pass by, and then resumes its watch.
Willow. Was that thing before you came along, or did you put it there?
Oh no, he's been here much, much longer than I have. But we made friends. Now, folk. His voice echoes down the hallway. You still with us, buddy? Buddy? You hear rustling up ahead. Hello? Who's there?
John's gonna call out, Folk, it's John.
John? You see in the distance ahead, down this hall, in the dark, this one lone hand kind of protrude out from between some bars in front of one of the alcoves. John, is that really you?
Yeah, it took a while to find you, buddy, but I'm here.
Oh, God. You see a head lean against the bars and just like a head of hair kind of like fall down in front of the face. God, it's good to hear a familiar voice. Don't you worry, fool. Come spring, buddy. Friends are here for you. Willem kind of strides forward. He, as he's walking, kind of taps his fingers along the bars as he walks, just kind of like a xylophone, kind of. And as he does, hinges begin to creak, and the doors to these cells start to sort of slide open of their own accord. And he just kind of shoots one look over his shoulder and snaps his fingers, pointing to these open cells. And he watches his men kind of following him begin to move their captives into these cells. They unload Dustin, Jude, Vanis, and the other 3 survivors of your coup. And Willem steps up to Folk's cell. And following him, you guys see inside there is a very tired, haggard-looking human man sitting down behind the bars. He's got kind of lank brown hair. Clearly hasn't been taken care of in a month. Is just kind of matted and greasy and clinging to his face. The eyes are sunken, cheeks gaunt. He's still wearing like a suit of, a partial suit, I should say, of kind of mixed plate, leather, and chain. Definitely looks like kind of the patchwork armor of a mercenary. But you can also see other components of the armor that's kind of just been scattered around the cell, where it's just kind of been dropped and discarded. And as Willem steps up, he kind of looks in and he's like, "Buddy, I'm glad we came in. Looks like you're almost out of food. Would have had to make a visit soon anyways. Well, good news. You're getting that." He kind of wraps his fingers across the bars. And again, the doors slide open. And stepping up to look inside, you guys can see that piled kind of against the sides of this cell, there are large sacks. And you can see spilled grains, melon rinds that have kind of rotted away and have been kind of thrown out into the hall. Remnants of food and water that have been left here to sustain him. But it's definitely kind of on its last legs. And he has the look of someone who has been rationing. He does not look like he's been eating well, or sleeping well for that matter. Very shakily kind of pulls himself up off the ground, kind of looking at all of you in amazement.
Can I give him like a ration of my food? Be like, "Are you hungry?"
I'll take a change, thank you.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks around confused at all of you. He's like, did John bring all of you to get me out of here?
Well, we kind of took over the entire place while we were at it.
No, we did not. We put somebody else. Or we helped someone else to take over.
Technically, we still took over the place. It's just that we're not
Then it
taking.
implies we still have control over it, though, does it not?
Are you alright, folk?
I've been better. He looks at Willem. Is this for real? I'm not
unpunked, am I?
I'm not imagining. Am I?
John's just gonna lay a hand on his shoulder and hand him a water bottle.
He kind of buckles almost under your touch, but it's, reaches the hand out to take the water, flips the cap. Between the water and the food, he starts to drink, eat. You're really here, aren't you?
Time to get back to your family.
Well, we ain't whistling Dixie.
He just looks to Willem again in confusion. Willem says, "Look, we're changing leadership around here. All right, friends are here to pick you up, get you home. Real sorry about the inconvenience of all this. Really. If there's anything I can do to smooth this over, I'll be in touch. All right, you'll let me know." Folk just kind of looks at him warily. Um, sure. What's the plan now? The plan is to get you out of here.
Get you home to your family.
Folk still looks confused. He kind of looks behind him to the far end of the hall, looks back at Willem, looks at all of you again.
Is there anyone else we should know about?
No, it's just for me down here. Um, if we're free to go, we can go, right? Right?
Yep.
Willem just chuckles like,
Still got to make it through the room with the spiders, though.
"No, it's so fucking skittish. You're ready to go, we can get it going. All right? But you know the rules. Quiet on the way up, fire on the way up. And after that, all's clear.
Imagine into a giant spider.
Now,
Well, not right. I'm just saying, like in future.
and
Just scare the shit out of folk.
you have seen a giant spider, so yeah. Yeah, you could. You saw a whole bunch of them.
Just
Yeah. Just so you know, if you turn into a spider, you might get smacked by a glaive.
Or this is where someone might try and harvest. Spider parts.
you know.
Lauren turns into a spider and gets ganged up on by the two big guys. No!
Not as good eating.
Um,
Just saying.
Closer to the entrance, you see the doors to the other cells are swinging closed as Willem's men are locking up their captives. And now they're unshouldering packs that they were wearing and kind of sifting through. They're pulling out various pouches and wrapped goods, water skins, setting them inside the cells.
well, do you think I might be able to use one of the cells in the back? I kind of need to use the restroom.
Sure, if you have a need. Willem will walk you down to the end of the hall and kind of like brush his fingers across one of the bars and it will slide open for you.
Cool. I will look at it expectantly to go away.
Sure. We'll be waiting for you. He heads back down the hall. And it's just you down at the end of this hallway, Barnaby. In this, or Burberry, excuse me. You are in this empty cell. I will say, as you're taking care of business here, you are at the far end of this hallway, and you would notice that there is another doorway there. That looks like it leads into another chamber.
This is just a long, straight hallway.
Yeah, long straight hallway lined with these alcoves of cells.
Can I perception for noise?
Yeah, give me a perception check.
12.
12. Quiet.
There's no real interest, is there?
From where I'm standing, can I see like the other chamber over there, like the doorway?
Yeah, you can see that there's definitely the outline of a door frame.
Could I ask?
That is a His face kind of grows grim. That is a unsavory chamber if I ever seen one. There's an altar.
Is it dangerous?
Sure looks like it was at one point.
Get it?
Wait, the voices all echo, right?
There's echo. Willem's talking pretty low. He's not like shouting this, telegraphing it, right? He's kind of like looking at you very seriously as he says this.
Can I hear this conversation?
You can probably hear that they're talking. I don't know if you'd make out details without a perception check.
I'll ask if we can see it. And be like, is there any chance? Because Burberry likes to see, likes to do his thing with altars and religions and stuff. I think he would appreciate that insight.
I'm not sure if it's exactly quite his thing.
If not, then we just close the door and walk away every time we saw nothing.
I warn you, what you see in there ain't easy to unsee. It ain't easy. It ain't easy to unsmell either.
Okay, well, whenever Burberry's done, I'll kind of like relay what he told me to Burberry.
Like, the minute that you say altar, he's like, oh, to what? Like,
and then I'll be like, see this yep. Altars, Burberry, they go together.
Give me a persuasion check.
I swear to God, dice. That'll roll decent.
and can she get advantage? Because please. I don't need to touch anything. I just want to look around and figure out what kind of nonsense was up.
Sorry. 21.
21.
Yep.
Well, shit. Suppose it can't hurt now, can it? I ain't opening the door, though. That's on y'all. He turns to his men. It's like, have y'all done there? This way. And makes his way over to the door. Waits for you.
All right, Burberry, you want to go look at a smelly art altar?
Always.
All right. So I'm going to help Burberry open the stone door.
So setting up to this door, you kind of reach over to the edge and trying to like push in and slide the way Willem has been with the heavy stone disc doors here. This door does not give.
I'd be like, how do I open it?
Willem just kind of standing there with his arms crossed, and he points to the center of the door. He says, "You got to make an offering." And
What type of
looking at the center of the door, you can see there's a very, very dark stain that just kind of runs down the center of it. You can see at the top of it a very clear impression of fingers.
I'm gonna look at Burberry and be like, so?
He's taking notes.
Together and just like a blood pack.
Can I roll something to see if that's the proper thing to do, or if that's just kind of how that door is?
Give me, I guess, give me an investigation check.
Do I get advantage with Lauren?
Sure, yeah, since you guys are trying to open this door.
Well, one of those was a 3. And the other one was a total of 19.
19. Okay.
No, wait, 18.
I think you step up to the door and kind of scratch it, and kind of look at the residue that peels off under your fingernail. Give it a sniff. It's got a very, very distinct metallic scent to it. Definitely
blood?
No.
dried blood.
But no, I mean, like, to see if that's how you open the door is to just do the blood thing.
That's what it takes. Like I said, I'm not doing it.
Alright, so do you want to do it? Or you want me to do it? Or should we play a game of rock, paper, scissors to figure it out?
Religion check to know if this binds me to anything.
I don't know if that's a religion thing. It's
I
probably
don't want to accidentally enter into a pact with anything without knowing that I'm doing it.
Forever have a pact with this door.
It's not the door, Pete. It's the thing that made the door or is affiliated with the door.
I'd say it's probably an Arcana check.
Can I do an Arcana check too?
20!
20? Okay.
Okay.
Never mind.
20.
So, total of 24.
Generally speaking, the things that make pacts are usually a little bit more ceremonious and impactful than like a door. If the door requires an offering, as Willem says, it's probably just the magical lock in place to keep it sealed.
You're just accepting the end user license agreement. It's completely arbitrary.
But I want to read this. I want to read the asterisk, Pete. Question: does Aloran still have wounds from the acid? Like, were any of them bleeding?
It's not really bleeding. It's just like burns, like chemical burns. So maybe it's like some light blistering.
Don't touch this.
And
I'll
this
see Burberry kind of like looking at my skin. I'm like, we're gonna rock, paper, scissors.
pretty serious discoloration too. Yeah.
No, I was thinking if we were going to do this together, I could get your blood on my hand before doing the thing. It's fine. So Burberry is gonna like basically make a fist and squeeze really hard because he's got claws.
Okay.
To dig holes into his own palm.
Okay. So you puncture the skin in your palm with your claws. So I guess take 1 damage from that.
Oh!
And then what do?
I do the thing.
All right, you press your hand into the door. When you were inspecting the door a moment ago, this was just sort of a cold stone door just sitting here. But pressing your bloodied hand against it, you feel the stone almost pulse and warm and thrum. It's almost like a faint heartbeat. Tum, tum.
I feel your heartbeat like the beat of a drum.
But beyond that, the door does not move. Will just kind of scratch his face. Like, it's gonna take a little more than that.
All right, I'm gonna be like, come on, Burberry, scratch my hand. And then are you gonna scratch my hand?
Lauren, although I do vastly appreciate your high enthusiasm, I believe that if one of us is to be fucked, it should only be one of us. And he'll wreck his palm, like just hard scratch. Like,
I guess how badly do you want to bloody your palm? How much damage do you do?
we'll go with 3. We'll give ourselves 3 additional damage, so that basically my entire palm is bloodied,
Okay,
but
4
nothing
total.
that's disgusting.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah.
So 4 total.
Yeah.
So just shredding that palm, pressing it to the door again. That warmth grows, and that pulse intensifies. You can almost feel the stone kind of shuddering under your hand, but it still doesn't move.
Jesus.
Uh,
What's up to
on
die?
a on a scale of 1 to 10, like or I guess, can I infer or intelligence or some other roll to figure out like how?
How much more you need?
Yeah.
Sure, give me an intelligence check.
19.
19. Okay. Um, you're so you've clearly progressed, and between the two instances, you definitely felt like a different amount of warmth change in the stone. The first time was a little bit, the second time's a much bigger jump. Um, it feels like it's kind of building at a set pace, and it's not quite too hot to tell. Like it's very warm, um, but you kind of get the sense that like this has to be cool enough for me to be able to touch it still to make this offering, so it can't burn me, so it must need to get hotter than what it is now, but not too hot. But this is still pretty hot, so you start kind of thinking about it. Um, I'm going to call that 19 a success, and I will just flat out tell you the door needs a total of 10 hit points to open.
That's a lot of Burberry.
It's fine. You know what? Basically, I'll just not fix myself so I continue to bleed out on the door.
Okay.
And I'll let them drain until I have my.
Just kind of just like flexing and wringing your hands
Mm-hmm.
over and over and over, just working the blood out, just painting this doorway.
I'm gonna say that
Your
Lauren's
palm.
like watching slap. Woo!
It's a lot.
Yeah,
He
like
just kind of watches.
I didn't know she had that. I didn't know he had that much in him. I guess it's not in him anymore.
You know, I really.
Yeah, everyone's gathered here watching you. The prisoners are all locked up.
Fine. It's fine.
Yeah, all the prisoners are locked up. Willem and his men are just standing there watching. You can see his men are just kind of like talking to him, like,
Actually, does anyone have a cookie? I think I need a cookie.
I got a biscuit left.
He'll just eat the biscuit all day.
all bleeding. Just
Just kind of holds it out in front of the mouth.
okay.
Don't want to get the biscuit bloody. It won't taste good.
The other hand's fine. The other hand's fine.
All right, all right.
And also, there's the face thing to contend with. It's fine. It's fine. Did you know you're very strong?
What?
So Burberry, whittling your way down 10 hit points. Just bleeding out on this door. The warmth continues to grow. The thrumming, pulsing heartbeat continues to grow under your hand. And it just builds and builds. It grows louder. It gets to shake your body. You start to feel it inside of you, this vibration just working its way up your arm, into your chest, into your head. And just when it's getting to the point where your hand feels like it's about to start smoking and blistering, and your head is pounding with this intense heartbeat,
From the
there's a
bloodline.
sudden from the door in front of you, and you feel it kind of give underneath your hand and begin to just roll to the side, embedded in the wall, opening the passage.
I'm gonna turn to Will and I'm like, is the store gonna close on us anytime soon? Like, how long do we have?
You can open it from inside.
Easy peasy.
It's fine.
Insight.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself,
Okay, that's fine.
and then the door immediately closes. It's like, no, you can't have
No,
that.
no.
No. The doorway.
No.
That's how this works.
I have a question about while this is all going on. What was with the dagger? Okay, so we knew Willem had a magic dagger, I believe. Is that the one he showed to the guardian idol thing?
Yes.
Where
That
does
is
he
the same.
keep it?
He keeps it on his thigh in a holster under his coat.
Okay. Good to know.
I rolled a 16. Insight.
16 on insight. It sounds like he's telling the truth. He's definitely gotten like a lot more intense though. Like there's something about this fucking chamber.
Okay, I'm gonna go to John and be like, hey John, can you make sure this door doesn't close on us while we go in?
Okay.
Because I don't want to get stuck in creepy room. We're Barnaby. Just open the close. Someone told me this door closed.
You'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I'm gonna.
Just so you all know, on a scale of 1 to 10 for being a dick, this door's definitely a 10.
Well,
No offense, your doorness.
The door says nothing.
Oh, I
So-
don't know about it like that. Doesn't look like my Uncle Joe.
Are you wanting to go in then?
Yes.
Burberry, everyone? All right. So you guys proceed into this chamber. It is almost 10 o'clock, so let's take our break here and be back by 10:10, and we can see what's inside the chamber.
I ain't going in there.
Yay.
You're like,
Godspeed.
fuck that.
Oh, no, Will, you're very smart. Like, not like me half of the time, but like, you're very smart.
Smart enough to stay alive. We'll see how this goes.
I'm curious.
All right. So, back in 10.
All right.
Right. Let's get it going, shall we?
All right, stream's live again. We're back.
Decide we want.
Stepping into this chamber. First off, who all is walking in?
I was requested to hold the door, so I guess I'll do that.
Okay.
I am definitely not going to do that, so I'm going to stand in the hallway.
Okay.
John is sticking with Folk.
Yeah, Folk is definitely not going in.
I think me and John will stick with Folk.
Yeah, Folk sees this, and he's like, we should go.
I would be curious enough to, like, if I can see, like, if I lean, do I see in the door what's beyond the threshold?
Only that which is illuminated by torchlight. So, I assume that means that Aloran and Burberry are going in, with Barnaby holding the door and Willem and his men following behind. Stepping inside, you feel a change in the stone under your feet. It goes from being this kind of cool, hard, damp rock to dry, rough, and warm. The air in here has a similarly dry heat to it. Sort of like stepping into, this is a little intense. Sort of like stepping into a hot tub almost, or a sauna. But you see a circle of these tall stone pillars, black stone, etched with line after line after line of a language neither of you recognize. In the center of these standing pillars, this is a wide room. It's probably 60, 75 feet across. These circles are probably like halfway from the wall to the center. In the center of the pillars, you see an altar kind of rising up on a dais surrounded by steps. And hanging over that altar, kind of protruding down from the domed ceiling, there is this enormous sculpture of what looks like a blooming flower hanging over the altar.
Roll for recognition.
Go ahead and give me a religion check.
18.
18. This figure, this object, does not ring any bells for you. Based off what you've seen in the temple up above, and the passages down below, this place is exceedingly old. Much, much older than present day society, which has only really been here for the past 431 years. This place looks millennia old, like it belonged to a previous civilization.
It has a dais, right?
Yeah, so it's the ring of stone pillars, and then in the center of them there is that dais that kind of rises up on stair steps, and then the altar piece. It's just this large stone slab, and hanging over it is this enormous, like blooming flower carving that just kind of opens up, centered on that altar.
Can I try and copy down like some of the written etchings in my book for later looking up?
Sure, yeah. As you kind of take all of this in and stepping into the chamber, kind of pulling paper out to make the rubbings, you are hit by a wall of horrible, rotting smell. This incredibly dank, pungent scent.
Anytime a sentence starts with dank, like I automatically like I can't take this seriously. Got the word dank in it.
Ooh, that is some dank.
Rotting stench of dank meat.
It's probably like is it akin to a corpse flower?
The flower overhead,
No, the smell.
the scent. Yeah, it's similar. It's sort of a mix of that awful corpsey smell, with the scent of char and smoke and fire too. And I think looking around, you realize that there is a very faint light emanating from inside of this chamber. The walls, the outer walls of this chamber are kind of shot through with these lines, these cracks that are giving off like a faint reddish glow. And beyond the DS, there is like this much stronger sort of flickering red glow, kind of raising up behind it, almost silhouetting it in the darkness.
I make notes of it.
Okay. Willem just continues to stand there with his arms crossed, watching you.
I think I'm close.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go onto the altar, but I would like to get a closer look at the altar.
Maybe you could roll a nature check for the type of flower that is. You are a druid.
Stepping past Burberry, I'm drawing close to the altar and looking up. The shape is floral, but the detail work inside is not like any flower you've ever seen. It's highly stylized, but it calls to mind a sort of vascularity. Like every petal of this flower has these very stylized angular like veins kind of like running along the surface of it. And at the center of it, where you would expect whatever the fucking thing is called, the flower, the middle flower part, the core.
The bulb?
Sure, the bulb. Or you would expect to find the normal parts of a flower at the center of this carving. Instead, you see something that looks like a beak. It's kind of these two protruding hook-like appendages kind of sticking out from the massive petals that are kind of fanning around it. And sort of like coming down and meeting like the tips, probably like 10 feet above the altar.
my investigation to figure out if it's
Give me an investigation check.
You perhaps seen the musical Little Apothecary of Terrors?
11. Yeah. Lucky for you, the DC is actually pretty low for this one. True. Stepping forward and looking at this altar, your eye is drawn to the light behind it. And kind of stepping around the altar, you find yourself standing at the edge of this deep pit. And as you do, the smell doubles. It's just like another wall that hits you in the face. Your eyes really water. You almost feel like your skin's cracking in disgust and horror. Like it's such a horrible, repulsive smell. You can see fumes rising out of this pit, kind of caught by this fiery light that's coming out of it, and kind of like covering your eyes, trying to shield yourself from this smoke and looking down into it. There is this mass, like smoldering charcoal down at the bottom that is giving off this continuous bright red glow. And looking closer, looking closer at these charcoal, you can see strange shapes mixed in the debris. Almost looks like a hand, an arm. That lump over there looks kind of like a face. It kind of slowly hits you that you're looking down at a pit filled with countless bodies, long since burned to cinders, still burning in the depths of this chamber.
Gonna walk over to Burberry and be like, well, around the altar, burning bodies, so I'm gonna go. I'm good.
Willem's like, I tried.
Good. I'm gonna leave. Thankfully, this curiosity did not kill that.
Not this time. Burberry, it's just you now.
He's taking notes. I've legitimately just been scribbling this entire.
Frantically taking notes down.
Yeah, like I feel like he has like a tab in his book of just things that I haven't seen yet that I think might be of interest later. So he's gonna take notes. He's probably gonna ask Aloran, like, after he comes out again, like, what she experienced. He's probably gonna stay away from the giant pile of burning corpses, because he doesn't really have much interest in that. Just knowing that it's there is enough.
Sure.
So, and he'll do, like, a really, not, like, a... Oh, actually, it's a pretty decent sketch. He does a pretty decent sketch of the flower thingy.
Okay.
He rolled a 19.
But
and like how the altar is laid out, and then once he's done, he'll exit.
okay. So another like 20 minutes later, you depart the chamber, and Willem and company follow. And Barnaby, you've just been standing in the doorway watching all this.
I'm gonna say thank you, Barnaby. That was creepy.
And once everyone's clear,
No problem.
yeah,
I think it
would be wise to close the door behind us, because anyone that goes in there probably should have the intention of being in there and not end up in there on accident.
Good point. Everybody out.
Everybody's out.
I close the door.
So I'm gonna be curious. I'm gonna be like, so Willem, have you gone into this chamber?
Been in there, yeah. Where I found this. Pulls out the knife.
Can I take notes about the knife too?
You do what?
Can I look at that first? Like, and he wants to basically sketch out the knife and the like chamber and.
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, what do you got there? A knife. No.
Oh, hey, we did okay. A 17?
Hmm.
If you would like, I can exclude the part about you owning it. I legitimately just want to say that this knife came from this chamber.
Unfortunately, with a 17, I think you ask, and Willem is already like turning away and addressing the rest of the group. He is not engaging.
Well, I'm still going to make a note that the knife exists, so me.
I'm gonna like go.
He's saying to the group, he's like, all right, folks, if we're ready to go, start making preparations to get back up that tunnel.
And be like, I feel like he had to do a sacrifice to get them.
Oh, most definitely. He's a warlock of whatever patron's in there. It's fascinating.
Yeah, definitely sacrifice gone down in that bitch, and he has definitely been.
No, it's probably the Pact of the Blade. Like, he's just conjecturing. Lighthearted manner.
So, having retrieved Folk from his cell, the party is following Willem back out then. All right. So Willem, as he passes Vanis's cell, kind of gives him a little wave. It's like, I'll be back, don't you worry. We're going to have plenty to talk about. And makes his way out of this hall into the chamber with the standing suit of armor that kind of just turns back to look at them as they enter and watches as you leave. You guys return to the cavern with the pool of acid and the corkscrew path leading back up to the upper level. How do you guys want to get back up?
I am going to do the safe thing and use the pool.
Cool. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check with advantage.
Oh yeah, we still have the rope set up, don't we?
Yep, y'all left the rope there.
Oh, both number.
15?
Plus 2.
Good job. Lauren makes it up safely.
I
No
will
issue.
also attempt the rope. That's much better second roll. 20 total.
20 total. Noelle is up safely. No issues.
Also, whenever John gets up, I'd like to hand him back a torch. Be like, I didn't realize I had these.
All right.
John.
That's fine. Who's next?
Guess might as well. I go up.
Give me a dex check with advantage.
That's 22.
22. Good job. That's 3 for 3 so far. Who's next?
I get it about a quarter of the way, and then I slip and fall.
What'd
I
you
rolled
roll?
a 2 and a 4.
Burberry fucking plummets into the air.
Jeez.
Like, I don't know what it is about going up versus going down, but this is a lot harder. And whew, when you slip hard.
You need someone to come help you?
No, I'm fine. Don't just stay up there, please stay up there. That'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like you'll be fine.
It's fine. It's
And then a slip and a fall and a sploosh, and you are covered in acid. So Burberry, you are gonna take holy shit, 10 acid damage.
Ooh. Found a deep pocket.
Ooh.
I'm really glad that I healed myself after that hit point.
Yeah, that would have been fucking bad.
Poor Burberry, man.
Oh,
This is
Burberry
Burberry's bad day.
like you watch Burberry just like slip and just like his body's like twisting and tumbling into the air, and then hits the acid with this,
Did you give yourself acid resistance before you went out?
and he's like
No, that's
kicking and
that's not how
throwing
the
himself
thingy works.
up to the surface. Burberry does not look like a strong swimmer, y'all. He's
No.
definitely struggling.
Is he close enough that I can reach my glaive out and just kind of pull him out?
Once he gets back to the surface, yeah, he's able to hoist himself out, holding onto the glaive, back onto dry land where he just in his robes.
So he like immediately starts panicking and trying to fix the ropes.
Yeah, everything is currently giving off a faint sizzle and vapor that's just kind of wafting off of your body and hat and mask.
I wonder if we breaded you, would you deep fry?
Is this what chicken feels like?
Not how acid works.
Uh,
The smell is not appetizing. It is very acrid chemical.
all right,
Yeah.
let's do it. Let's do a cure wounds on myself again, because ow.
Whew.
Okay. Can I like? All right. I'll try it again. It'll be fine. Right. It'll be fine.
You can do it. Dex check with advantage.
It's fine. It's. I was like, okay, a 19. That's cool. What's the other one? That one.
Good.
Ooh.
Good. Had that one.
So 20.
Very, very slowly. You
What do
just
you mean?
inch your way up the side of this path. And when you get back to the top, you just throw yourself down on solid ground. Like, thank God. So that just leaves John down at the bottom, and then Willem and his
John.
men.
I'm just gonna sit up here and just be fixing robes and being like trying to get all the stuff off and like
Sure.
Is
sure.
Folk already up?
all that crap.
Oh, Folk's down there with you too, yeah.
So John's gonna escort Folk up.
Are you wanting to tie yourselves off with ropes to
Why don't
I'm gonna-
we why don't we throw some rope down as an extra precaution? So like they can wrap themselves with rope.
I've got 50
or-
foot of rope on me, so
Well, no, I know, but you're also down there. So I'm saying like we could give you rope so that if you slipped, wouldn't lose any.
If we think
Oh,
we
you-
can hold him.
I mean, between the four of
I'm
us.
more worried about Folk. Like
Well,
if you
no,
want to
I
throw
know.
down
I mean,
Folk,
you
I'll
could
tie
give it to
Folk
Folk
off.
too. Both either one. It's just a safety precaution.
I could swim in the acid for a couple of turns and not take enough damage to die. I'm worried about Falk. So if you want to toss down a rope and I'll tie Falk off and somebody up there can be his anchor, I'm fine with that. But
Yes, that's good.
Barnaby's a big boy.
so
Get her done.
either I'll toss up a rope or they'll toss down a rope, I guess.
I'll toss down one
Okay. Yeah.
and hand it, and immediately hand it the other end to Barnaby.
Yeah. Throwing wood is not difficult. It's not a super wide gap. The arc is pretty easy to make, so just coil trails down. You have to catch it and pull it real quick, just because it's going to dip into the acid if you let it slack for too long. But y'all tie Folk off, and Barnaby takes the other end up top, and Folk, I guess, is going to make his attempt to.
John's gonna be right behind him to catch him in case he slips.
Yep. He does slip. He is not very steady on his feet, and making this climb seems almost a little beyond him. He gets probably like 10 feet up, and then slips and is like clutching the edge with his elbow, like trying to pull himself back up.
Can I grab him?
Yeah. So go ahead and make a strength check.
Strength check. Okay. Non-natural 20.
Okay, yeah. You're able to pull Fulk up and set him back on his feet and kind of keep him steady. And he will try again. John, if you're going to be following him, could I get a dex check from you?
Also a non-natural 20.
Okay. Cool.
I have a query.
Hey.
For those who have fallen in, do their armor take any problems?
I would say your armor doesn't look great. But that was not the blow that took you down to 0. So we're not going to count that as like a significant amount of damage to like impact the armor. It's superficial at most. Yeah, you're gonna want to like clean it up and
Oh, definitely.
read it later, but it's still functional.
Cool.
You very very briefly submerged in acid. No big deal. Not a problem.
I mean, maybe not for 2 of you.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's probably cleaner now.
To its credit, the metal is probably a little shinier.
It ate off all the dirt.
There's probably bits and pieces that are slightly corroded, but for the most part, your armor's going to be fine. So, Folk rolled a 16, so he makes it up safely, and John, you're right behind him, no issues. So the party is up top, all safe. Willem's men are going to follow. So,
Guys,
yeah.
this is the chance we can collapse the tunnel.
First guy slips, falls into the acid. So that's not good. He's alive, but he is definitely like, as he's pulling himself up out, he's like, and you can see the vapor wafting out of his mouth. But he stands up. He's like, "Oh, okay, I'm okay." And he, just grabbed his water skin and rinsing his mouth out. He's not a damage. Next guy's gonna try. He makes it up okay. Third guy. He slips. Oh, but he pulls himself up. Again, he gets up. Fourth guy. He's okay. He's up. Fifth guy. He slips, but pulls himself up and finishes strong. Sixth guy. Makes it up. Willem is not going to fuck with the rope. He is going to lift off the ground and just kind of walk his way up the wall to the landing. That just leaves the one sad bastard who fell in the acid.
We provide him with rope as well.
Might be wise. All right, Jackie, catch. And toss a rope down. And Jackie's gonna grab the rope, tie himself off, and start climbing. He slips.
He was already
Hold
slippery
on.
from the acid.
It is slippery, yeah. He's not falling in there. Oof. Oh boy. So
We have the rope tied around it.
you have the rope tied around him. He failed his attempt to pull himself back up. So he's like slipping and clambering, and then his grip gives out, and he swings and hits the wall, and he's just like dangling there by the waist.
John's just gonna reach over, grab the rope, and yank.
Go ahead and give me a strength check, John. And you have advantage because other people are diving in to help for sure. Meanwhile,
I have,
you can just hear this
I-
coughing echoing up the chamber.
so it's a 21.
21. All right. Just hand over hand, pulling. You got this, John. You big strong man. You pull this guy back up and heave him over the edge. And he just kind of falls back on his back. Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Burberry will like kind of do like a weird half squat, and like just give him a cure wound
Okay.
for 8 hit points.
8 hit points. That's good.
That will help his acid burned esophagus.
He definitely takes a deep breath and oh god, that's a lot better. Thank you.
It did not do to have you coughing in the cave of silence.
Yeah, that would be bad.
So I did. But I also prepared another spell. Can I still like cast it again?
Yeah. Yeah. You can use your spell slots to cast whatever spells you have prepared.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like.
No. That is old D&D and it sucks.
But
This is
hey, at least you didn't choke under pressure.
Too soon.
So,
What did you say was old D&D?
preparing spells in specific slots.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, that's how they used to do it. As a wizard, you said, all right, I'm preparing 2 fireballs today, a lightning bolt and a fly. Those are my 3rd levels for the day.
Oof.
It's rough.
So next is
Next-
zombie catacombs.
Next is the catacombs. All right, so group stealth check as you guys make your way into the catacombs.
We still have Pass Without Trace or no?
Yeah, I
Yep.
casted.
All right.
Because it's a 14. Oh,
I had a 12, so.
no, it was 14 with pass without a trace.
Ooh.
Oh.
I just barely beat you. I got 16 without a with pass without a trace.
21,
Okay. 21. 24.
which is very low for Noel, given the plus 10.
Yeah.
That's 1 a total.
These guys did not roll great. Thankfully, pass without a trace is a huge buff.
And how?
As you're walking, Jackie, despite the healing, does still have a tickle from his very recently burned throat, and the whole time he's got on like his head and his elbow. Oh, sorry. Thankfully, it's very muffled, like it's barely audible through the haze of this spell. And the other guys around him, like they're kind of clamoring, like kind of like holding their arms over his face, like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. And you can just barely hear them behind you guys. And Lauren, you're just like, son of a bitch, I cast a spell for nothing. And you glance over and you swear one of the mummified bodies that's just sitting there, you see it just kind of takes a deep breath and continues in its repose.
Creepy.
A little bit faster. Bunsy.
Laura's just like,
Or just pushes away to the front.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing?
we gotta go. We gotta go. Everybody keep up.
I still, so I can do it silently, and I'm like, get the fuck out of my way. I'm out.
For a split second, you like outrun everyone, and you hear Jackie in the back. So you slow down and get them back in the aura. Thankfully, Pass Without a Trace is a fucking broken spell. None of you guys rolled low enough to wake up sleeping zombies.
You have to roll like a math one.
would pass without a trace.
Well, yeah, the
You'll
plus
want-
10 definitely saves us from that, I think.
Yeah, y'all are pretty safe, despite Jackie's fucking.
I think that's the one time we'll ever see Lauren run toward a spider room.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
On the moment she forgot, and now that she brought it back up, she's
Well,
very unhappy.
Between the spider room and the catacombs, there is the cavernous living quarters of the old residents of this temple. So you do have a small buffer. Yeah, it's kind of get clear of the catacombs, regroup, and just kind of up that slope. You can see, that stone door with the stairs that marks the entrance into the spider chamber.
Are all of her old torches?
No, they last like hours.
Okay.
So
They're covered in acid.
yeah, you can just like put them out, relight them. It's fine. They last a long ass time. So you got your torches. Everyone's ready. Willem kind of points to folks like, make sure he's got one. And it's like, all right, folks, remember the drill. Let's go. Let's go. Big, bright, and scary.
Since John gave away all his fucking torches.
All right.
They last for up to an hour, so after we exited that room, we should have put them out, and then we can reuse them.
Yeah, they will last you probably to get out of here. It's not an issue. You guys have been down here for maybe half an hour. Well, no, with Burberry's detour into the altar room, it's probably closer to an hour. Pooling up by the spider door, you guys all have your torches at the ready. Willem's kind of looking at everyone. It's like, all right, 3, 2, 1, ready, steady, go. And he pulls the door open, and immediately you're assailed by the sound of skittering legs all around you.
I would like to point between John and Barnaby. They're my little big buffers.
If I can get an intimidation check from the group.
Can I get advantage from Barnaby again? Or is
Yes,
that a
you
one?
can.
Barnaby can help someone.
17 total.
15.
15. 13.
I'd say 20 total.
20.
But Barnaby's next to me, so he's gonna ward off the spiders away from me.
Sure. John, what'd you get?
John's not feeling his best in the spider room. He got a 15.
15 is still good.
That's better than
You guys are packed tight, got your torches out, screaming and hollering, waving your torches. And just all around you, spiders are just fucking running circles, skittering and screeching, making the occasional run at the party, rearing up, jabbing at you with their legs. None of them daring to come close enough to risk the fires. You guys have your routine down, and as a group rolled high enough, you make it across the room safely. File the fuck out before Willem slams the other stone door shut. Safe and sound.
God, if I had an oil barrel.
One of these days, I'll clear that fucking room out. I got shit to do, though. All right. We're in the clear here, folks. Go ahead and file out. I'll reset the trigger here, and then we are good to go.
So what happens under the floor here?
I'll show you. Get out of here first, shit. So he kind of shoos you all down the hallway back into the antechamber.
Oh Lord, if you really wanted to freak him out, you probably could turn into a giant spider and just walk up behind him.
I don't want to die.
I mean, he's already used so many spells today, Lord.
That was yesterday.
No, because he hovered down, he spider climbed out.
Oh, well.
That's actually kind of tempting.
Listen, buddy, if you're gonna flagrantly use your spells left and right, don't be surprised.
I do what I want, Dan. I'm the DM.
Willem has 50 spell slots.
I've got so many spells you don't even know.
I'm gonna spider? I have one vote yes, and I'm leaning towards that vote. I need someone to talk me out of it.
Wait, what do you do? What? I can't hear you. What?
I want to prank Willem and turn into a giant spider.
I mean, it would be hilarious.
I should let you know that I don't have any more healing spots for today.
I do.
Noelle wants to see it.
Peter wants to see. Noelle would tell you not to.
Okay, I'm gonna... Is half of the tray still kind of going?
It's
And
a
I'm-
concentration, so yeah.
Can I crawl the trapdoor area?
Let me look at that stat block then. I'm pretty confident that the spider has spider climb, but just to be sure, yes, yes, you
Spiders
can.
definitely can do that.
So this,
Try to slink into the shadows.
so this, this is the giant wolf spider stat block. So, Aloran, after you guys have kind of made your way out, and Willem's fiddling with the lever, Aloran kind of steps out of the doorway into the corner and morphs into one of those big spiders.
I'm just gonna sit there and go.
So we're out of the. We can't even see this.
You guys can see this. You guys are all in this chamber with her. Willem's the only one who can't see this because he's still in the hallway around the corner, fucking with the lever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you step into the corner, you turn into a spider, and just you got your legs in the air, and all of Willem's men are standing there in a group, looking at the party and looking at the spider, and then at each other like, "Oh no." And
I'm gonna spook him and then I'm gonna run. Dash away.
So, are you wanting to be like over the door frame, or do you want to be in the corner, just outside the door's view?
I just want him to be able to see me and then be like mildly scared, and then I like skitter away.
Okay.
You should be like
I'm
above
asking-
him.
Positioning wise, do you want to be above the door, like on the wall, or do you want to just be on the ground next to the doorway, like waiting? So you skitter up the wall and just kind of hang out, perched over the arch.
Lauren, you're gonna get a message in your brain that says, "On second thought, this is probably a bad idea."
All right, folks, clear the way. I'm coming through. And you watch as Willem, now levitating again, a couple feet off the ground, is now kind of like walking along the wall back towards the lot of you.
I was gonna follow him.
Okay, so he's in the tunnel here, right? You are already outside the tunnel with the group. The group's all clear the tunnel. It's just him in here. So you don't have to follow. You're just there waiting for him.
You're gonna
So
jump scare him when he comes out of the tunnel.
He's just walking along the wall here. He's like, now you were saying about the the platform here. It's not a terribly sophisticated mechanism, and as he leaves the archway, you immediately kind of like shuffle down and with your legs.
And then I dash away.
Go ahead and give me an intimidation check.
Totally resist until I die and fall into the trap. Oh no! Intimidation.
You got a 4. So he's like walking out, and you just like immediately just like fling your head down and just waving your legs at him. And just gut reaction, Willem just fucking punches you in the face. Like, doesn't even hesitate. It's gonna hit you, and you're gonna take 3 damage. As Willem punches the giant spider. Son of a bitch!
Still got him.
Lauren!
Could I? Oh man, I really want to try something.
Oh no.
All right. I'll give this a shot.
Okay.
I would like to try to, while he's distracted with this surprise and probably like hyperventilating for a couple seconds after that experience, could I pilfer the dagger with Mage Hand?
I don't think you can steal things with Mage Hand. I think it actually like says in the description.
Is that a mage hand thing? I know that an arcane trickster can, for sure.
Or
I
can
don't know.
it not steal things, or is that a thing?
I'm gonna double check that. I don't think that there's a limit necessarily. You can use the hand to manipulate an object, open an unlocked door container, still retrieve an item from the container, pour the contents out of a vial, move the hand 30 feet. Can't attack, activate magic items, or carry more than 10 pounds.
Roll sleight of Mage Hand?
I would definitely say you can roll a sleight of hand check. I will say, it is a ghostly floating hand in the air. It's not totally invisible.
Well, there are a lot of people looking at a spider right now.
Okay.
And a floating hand.
So
The spider.
So here's what we'll do then. We'll do 2 checks. We'll do a stealth check on how well this mage hand is hidden, and a sleight of hand check on your attempt to actually grab the dagger.
Okay,
Upside, pass without a trace is still active.
that's true.
Okay.
Actually, is it? Because she is a bug.
Yeah, yes, because
you can
shape change
concentrate.
is not. It's not a spell.
Yeah, so wild shape does not impact concentration. You can maintain concentration on stuff while you are a creature. You just can't cast other spells.
All right.
So
stealthing seeing how well I can mask the hand's position.
Yep.
I'm also gonna be my spider will be making a lot of like chittering noises because I'm laughing, even though I just got punched in the face. But I find this hilarious.
Okay,
Yeah.
So if we're doing pass without a trace, it is a 19 total.
19? Okay. And then go ahead and make the sleight of hand to try and the dagger.
Okay. Pretty fucking good. 23.
Oh God.
Okay.
Don't
So-
fall.
So
As Will
here's how I'm seeing this going down. Like, if it slips out, hand darts down, like hides behind like a rock or something, and just like carefully brings it back over to Noelle over the course of a few seconds while this spider shit is freaking everybody out.
Okay. I will say with the 19 and the 23, those are solid. Those are solid. And I think as you're just kind of hanging out in the back of the group, you just his hands appears at Willem's side and grabs the dagger and very slowly slinks down to the ground out of sight and just kind of trailing the edge of the room and the edge of the group as everyone is like either laughing or horrified and looking at each other for reaction. Like, what the fuck? We just fucking pranked our boss. Oh shit.
How many is that laughing?
A couple of them. Jackie's one of them, and he's real wheezy. He's like, it's fucked up. Meanwhile, Folk is in the back with John, just like, can we go yet? And Noelle, yeah, you just kind of reach a hand down and take the dagger out of the mage hand and stow it.
Cool.
So Willem punches you in the face. God damn it, Lauren! Sets down on the ground and is like shaking his hand, looking around. Son of a bitch. All right. You want to see this fucking thing or not?
I just sit there and I like smack his shoulder and I'm like, I'm sorry, it was just such a perfect opportunity.
It's funny. No, it's great. Good joke. Real good joke.
I don't think he likes my shot.
All right. Need to depress this. Somebody give me a sword, something. He holds a hand out, and one of his men pull out one of their hatchets. It's like, I need longer, like a sword or something. John, Glaive, come here. and he calls John over and he kind of points down at the floor and he's like, just reach in there and just like press into it, but stay out of the archway. And John, do you comply with Willem's instructions?
I missed it. What is he asking me to do?
He wants you to kind of stand not in the archway, like off to the side, but poke your glaive in and kind of press it down into the movable floor.
He's trying to reset the trap.
Well,
Oh,
he has. He's trying to show you what it does without actually going in there.
that's fine.
Okay. So, following Willem's instructions, staying clear of the archway and pressing down on the floor with your glaive into the archway. Within an instant of the floor depressing, there is an immediate sound as the hallway is filled with a gout of flames.
Oh, we should use that to cook the spiders.
You know, I considered it. They are not super keen on following much further than their little hunting ground in there. I have a feeling they got tunnels out into the backside of the mountain up there in the ceiling, but I ain't bothered to go up there and smoke them out yet. Well, I think we're in the clear, folks. Up and out. With that, you guys are able to follow Willem back to the entrance of Crownpeak Ruin.
As we're walking, I'll just say, Lauren, do you need any healing? Your nose looks a little
But it doesn't hold to the.
Oh right, it doesn't. Yeah, the damage. Never mind. Y'all good?
It was totally worth it.
It was.
So, you guys make your way out onto the open air on top of this mountain in front of this ruin, and it is you and Willem, his men and folk, and he looks to all of you, kind of puts his hands on his hips, and he says, "Well, I think that almost settles all our business here.
Just payment left.
Just a question of payment, yeah. So, good news, bad news. Bad news obviously is that fucking bag makes it a little difficult to pay you in full with coin. The good news is the boys were able to put together enough to pay a decent amount of the bill. So we do have this, and he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small satchel, tosses it to you guys. That should be enough to cover one of y'all.
That's fine.
And sundry items. We got a couple options as far as the remaining 2,000. We can settle up now if you would like to take some items from the manor and do what you will with those. Call it even here now. Alternatively, if you would prefer cash in hands, as long as we stay in touch, I should have enough coin accumulated after selling some of his possessions off the next month or so. I should be able to pay you back with interest.
Go back and ask him again about his bosses and what's going to happen now that Theron is no longer leader and that he's. How's this transition of power? Like, are they going to be okay with it?
Well, when they find out, they're not going to be happy for sure. But they're not going to find out for a good while. I
I think we're just slightly worried that they might come after us for assisting in the transfer of power.
well, the good news is that when we did this, there ain't exactly a lot of witnesses that can pin you to this, except for me and my folk. So the only real danger is if one of my men get caught and talk. Kind of looks around at the others, but that ain't likely to happen, especially because White Cartel ain't gonna be looking for a while. I got some ideas to handle uh, the transition of power, full transition. The goal is to make sure payments don't fully stop. We can manufacture reasons for disruptions up to a point. Bag of saving is going to be something to work around, but it's not an insurmountable obstacle. I think we should be good for at least the rest of the year, if not longer. And when they do come looking, well, I expect we can figure something out then too. By then, we'll have a lot more money to work with. Rest assured.
How soon do you think you'll have enough to make our payments?
Well, I intend to make it a priority, so ideally within the next 2 to 4 weeks. There's some small orders of business to wrap up here in the valley still. We need to make sure that the camps are fully secured and relieved of Theron's control. Take out the last of his boys out north and south, make sure it's just us running things here. That might take us a little while. Once that's done, though, I expect I'll have ample time to start shopping some of the more high value items around.
Well,
So,
I have a proposal then.
sure.
What if you, I assume a month's time would be enough for this, so what if in 1 month's time from today, you had our money waiting for us at the North Camp? Because we have to go that way anyway to give Folk back.
I think that's more than feasible. Honestly, if you guys are going to be in the Baylands area, y'all just need to get in touch with one of my boys in town. They could easily let me know if y'all are ready to collect. Or I could send one of them looking for you. Either way.
I think we mainly just don't want to have to walk all the way back to the hold.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm. You mistake me. We've got friends out in the Bayland. Freeport, Woodhull, Elmfirth. There's folk around. I'll be spreading the word in the next week that we have a new badge of honor, so to say. Kind of tweaks the little raven feather in his cap. He'll be able to find us, and if need be, we can meet just about anywhere with a few days' notice.
Just as a refresher, the North Camp was like a day off the road up north, or right, or something like that, or 2 days, or was that a longer journey?
So if you were to leave from like Woodhull, it's about a day's walk at a fast pace.
I think we should just go pick it up. I'd rather not have Willem's men having to look for us. That seems weird.
Sound like you're trying to cut ties.
I don't intend to continue this relationship.
Shame.
I don't speak for all my friends, but I wouldn't mind cutting ties. The cartel is bigger than my interests.
Well, if that's how you feel, I'm not going to twist your arm to stay. I do think that we make a good team, though. We can make a lot of money down the line here. Hell, if y'all just want to work a couple little contract jobs here and there, I'd be perfectly happy with that. You good hands, capable, discreet. It's a rare thing.
Well, to be fair, you don't quite know about discreet yet. We did just end the job.
I take jobs through the guild, so if you need me, I'm in the guild.
As I said, I think y'all can be trusted to be discreet. So, if this is it, then we can arrange for that payment to be left out for you, and that can be the end of it.
Go our separate ways.
I'm sure I'll see you around. Got a lot of work to do in the coming months. Gonna be all over the place. Sure, this ain't the last we see of each other.
Well, best of luck with your work.
And you with yours.
I had a question. I don't know if anybody thought about this. We never took over the north part, so how are we getting out?
The way we came in, I think.
We're gonna sneak through it?
Well, you got a couple options. You could head north or south. As I said, it's a longer road heading the south way. If you're looking to be back up in Helmfirth in a hurry, north's the way to go. Shaves at least
Like,
2-3 days off your journey.
I know the ways we can go. I'm just like, since we didn't take over the North Hold,
Well,
we snuck through it. Are we
Well,
gonna
word
back
has
through it?
it- if
we
word
ain't
has-
taking over the south one either yet.
So that's what I'm saying. How are we getting out? Are we sneaking out, or are you sending word there, or do you want us to take it over?
We will be moving on the north camp after we have secured the south camp. Plan is to take it tomorrow night, I should say. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning. Then come back to Theron's Hold the next evening, and then make for the north camp the day after. So, as I said, we're gonna be busy for the next week or so, cleaning this place up. If y'all are really in a hurry, my gut says the north camp would be an easier sneak, given that getting down that waterfall is might precarious. Up north is just kind of a rocky trail and a tunnel. You can climb around the tunnel if you so choose. It's not too difficult. Tunnel's more for wagons than anything else.
Lauren's magic could help us get through that. Sneaking seems to be something she's good at.
That's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're sneaking through the north.
I
That's
think
all
we're
I
gonna
want to know.
sneak through the north.
All right.
I just wasn't sure if we were other way or doing it by force or what. So
I'd rather do that than sneak than brute force through the forest. That seems rough.
okay,
Yep, well, as you will. If you're heading north, a couple of landmarks to watch out for. There is an old burial cairn about 3 or 4 days out. Well, 2 if you hustle. It's not hard to miss, kind of rising up in the middle of a whole bunch of streams converging. Past that cairn, though, you got a decision to make. Streams flow down a river valley, which is a pretty quick trip if you're heading on foot. Trouble is, that valley veers a little too close to a wyvern's nest for my comfort.
What? What?
A wyvern. Big flying fucking lizard.
Lauren is interested in that thing.
It's interesting, but at a distance, trust me. And down that valley, they're a little hard to see coming on account of the trees. So we tend to favor the caldera on the western side. From the cairn, if you go over a ridge northwest of it, there's a fairly open mountain prairie. Much easier for wagons to traverse. Longer route, but on the whole safer. You can see anything firing at you from a lot further away. It's a lot easier to shoot those fuckers down before they come see you. Like I said, longer trip, but substantially safer. Um, Either way, though, you should be back in Woodhall before 6 days have passed. Say, if you're moving quick.
Good to know.
Just a friendly warning.
Anything else from anyone?
I think that's all I got.
I'm guessing you're not going to tell me the name of the god that's in the tomb.
I mean, I would if I fucking knew.
Fair enough.
Fucking gruesome shit in there, though, ain't it?
If Lauren soul a wyvern, can she turn into one later on?
Don't.
Oh, a wyvern?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're technically monstrosities.
Yeah, you can't. You
Yep.
can only turn into creatures. You can't turn into monstrosities. You'll
Oh,
never
they're-
be able to turn
they're
into a dragon
dragons.
ever.
They're literally just dragons.
Yeah, you can't turn into one.
Not until we're level 18 or something crazy
No,
like that.
not even. Oh wait, no, because they're still monstrosities.
They're
You can only
dragons.
turn into creatures.
A wyvern is a dragon, technically.
Yeah, dragons aren't creatures though. Like you
Yeah, they
are
are.
only allowed to turn. They are.
They're not
What?
beasts. Beasts are what druids
Yeah.
control.
That.
Yeah. Yeah. Everything is a creature. But
Sorry, my bad. But you know what I mean.
I didn't, but now that we've clarified, I do.
All right. Anything else? Anyone got anything else to say to Willem?
Well, still doing business with y'all. Kind of awkward saying goodbye up here. We got kind of a walk down the mountain together. Unless y'all want to go first. You just want to walk to get.
I'm just gonna start walking.
All right, let's not make this weird.
Yeah,
We'll walk.
we'll go.
Kind of a 2-hour walk down the mountain. Noel.
Mm.
As you guys are making your way down the mountain, Willem is kind of hanging back. He's read the room well enough, and he's just kind of pulled back with his men. They're kind of taking it a little slower down the mountain, just kind of walking as a group. You guys are ahead of them. As you kind of like are making your way like around a switchback, and you kind of turn back to like face him, kind of look like glance up and see Willem kind of walking down the path towards you guys as you move further down. You notice he reaches into his coat, just kind of like absently almost, and kind of freezes in place. Pulls his coat back. He's looking at his holster. You see the eyes go wide. He starts looking around. Son of a bitch. All right. You boys go on ahead. Let me back. and you see him turn around and start heading back up the mountain.
Best possible outcome. And off we go.
He knows it's gone. That was not going to be a secret for long. If you've ever had anything on your hip, you immediately fucking. I do that shit with my box cutter all the time. I just start fucking playing with it. I was like, this thing's staying a secret for long.
He didn't see me take it, so he probably thinks he dropped it in the ruin, at least for now.
That is an assumption.
I have comments, but I'll save them for after.
So you guys are making your way down the mountain. It's a couple hours walk. Kind of have to slow down a little bit in spots for Folk just to catch his breath and rest a moment because he hasn't been doing anything for the past month. Eventually you guys make it back down to ground level, and you are down in the woods, kind of in the hills just north of Therinshold. And as you guys kind of hit the ground and kind of pause to collect yourselves, you watch as Willem's men continue walking, and as they pass y'all, they do give y'all a wave, and a couple of them are just like, "Take it easy, bear," to you, Aloran.
And I'm like,
Fuck yeah. Long live the bear. And they keep going. Their spirits kind of picked up a little bit as they've been kind of joking amongst themselves on the walk back, and they just carry on down the path back towards town. And it's the six of you standing alone in the woods.
so we just went to North Camp. We'll go there, rest for the night. Or what are we doing?
What time of day is it?
You guys left like first thing in the morning. Like 2 hours at the mountain, probably an hour in and back, and another 2 hours. So it's roughly noon, give or take an hour.
We could travel a bit today, still.
I have a question. Would the point of exhaustion / whatever kind of nonsense the drugs have done to me, would lesser restoration help that?
With exhaustion, I don't believe so.
Well, not the exhaustion. I expect that's gonna to fade off. I don't know if I don't know if there was anything that I.
The lesser restoration can end blind, deafening, paralysis, and poison.
I didn't know if this qualified as a poison.
So under the effects as written in the rules I sent you, you're not technically poisoned right now. So I'd be inclined to say lesser restoration probably isn't going to do much. Probably like helps the symptoms. It's kind of like taking Advil. But there is a deep-seated like drained feeling in like the pit of your stomach.
Right.
And this has this is a very, very potent substance that you imbibed. Yeah, it gets in deep and it gets in there real fast. As useful as magic is, it does have its limits, and this stuff is very, very concentrated and strong. I don't think lesser restoration will be able to do much more than just kind of soothe.
Well, no, I was just asking because it said that it fixed one condition, so I wasn't sure if there was like a.
Yeah, it specifies the condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned.
Gotcha. Burberry's posture is awful.
go over to Burberry and be like, "It's gonna be okay. Just don't ever do it again."
We made a grave mistake last night.
Oh, I, I think part of me agrees with you. Yep. Oh,
I will say, if you do want to have a good time, I know drugs that are not going to do this to us. For future reference.
do you also feel like just being horizontal and never standing up again would be a great idea?
So I rolled an 18, so I don't feel like I'm feeling.
You've partied. Not like that, but you have partied. I think the practice is like helping you kind of push that down.
Yeah.
But there's a faint kind of uneasiness.
Okay, I'll be like, yeah, it's there, but I'm able to party it a lot, so I'm able to kind of make it go.
Really, this would be my first time.
It will get better. Just give it a few days.
Okay. Oh, you mean waiting? I thought you meant doing it again. I was like, no. This feels like it'll never end.
I will never do that again. That was a mistake. That was peer pressure, and I in the past, it happens, and then I kind of try it, and then I'm just like, oh, that was a bad time. I don't do that again. That was one of those bad times. Like, it was a great time, but then it was a bad time, so I'm not gonna do it again.
I remembered thinking about swimming. I don't like swimming. Especially not now, with the whole acid bath thing.
Yeah.
Suddenly I have a deep understanding of what silver feels like when it goes through silver polish.
Sounds doozy. That was a doozy. So I guess, are we just heading towards the north camp?
Yeah, I think we're kind of just. I mean, we got half a day of travel we can still use, which is not nothing.
Yeah, so I guess.
Yeah, in theory, you could climb over the mountains if you really want to try that. I'm just letting you know that the paths of least resistance are north and south. That is the most forgiving terrain.
I think the north camp, because we have a pretty foolproof way to sneak through it at this point.
As long as I get to rest.
Is your mic not working, Clark?
You are muted. Waits with anticipation.
Mike's muted.
Well, yeah, in theory, if you want to go hiking through the mountains, that's an option. But as far as like easily traversable paths, that are relatively safe and vouched for, north and south are going to be the two directions to go. If you want to go out through the wilderness, like that is untamed, brimming with beasties, potentially hazardous to the health, that's totally an option.
I vote
As
North
the-
Road.
well, not-
I just want to go towards the north camp and we stay here. I don't want to go to the mountains, but that sounds like work.
Yeah, I'm voting North Road just because it also is going the exact direction we need to go anyway, faster.
Yeah, and then
Fine with me.
we have Folk too.
Yeah.
We shouldn't do that.
Yeah, if we can get out of here, just any direction would be great.
So I'm gonna use my last wild shape for the day, and I'm gonna turn into a horse and let Folk ride on me.
Aww.
And I'm gonna take him as far as I can before I
Okay.
Cool.
let Folk out.
Good horse.
Good Samaritan.
Okay, yeah, sure. So you guys, do you guys want to go back down the path to Theron's Hold and loop through town to get back on the road out, or do you want to like stay off road for a while before kind of finding a path and heading north.
Uh,
Because you guys have been kind of like fucking around in the hills over the past couple days, so like you have a decent idea of what the area's like. You could, pretty easily navigate off road.
John votes
Uh,
off road.
okay. So you know that this route kind of leads you to a stream, and once you hit that stream, it kind of moves past a rise that kind of constitutes a low ridge, and that was the ridge, like kind of the north side of it, was where you guys staged your ambush. So you could kind of like follow that ridge line, overlooking the road through the woods, just kind of like past the side of your ambush, keeping clear of the farms and the road down below, and just make your way past there and hold.
And that will reconnect us with the road at some point.
Well, you'll be looking down at it, so you can kind of pick a spot where it's safe
Oh, okay.
to pop back down and get back on the road.
Sure, yeah, that seems like a good way to do it.
Okay. So doing that, you guys will eventually pass the dump site with all of the bodies that you guys took out. All 20 something of them just laying there in a pile in the woods off to like your right down the hill. Just a big stinky pile of dead bodies. Folk looks at that and is like, holy shit, what happened here?
I'd like to say a short prayer.
Okay.
I'm gonna feel a little bad.
Some people with differentiating opinions.
You want Barnaby?
Some people with differentiating opinions, that's all.
Were you part of this?
Probably not a horse right now. I'm gonna wait till we're like actually traveling.
Oh, moving. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we're in more unfamiliar territory.
It's fine.
Barnaby just looks at some of them who've got crossbow bolts in them. Yeah, a few.
Damn.
Those bodies have like bear markings on them. Quite a bit.
Oh yeah. Couple headless ones. Couple armless ones.
Barely any of them, I'm sure.
I was bad bear.
No, you were very good bear.
Off to the side, there's the head of the black dragonborn. The mouth just kind of in the dirt. Flies buzzing around it.
You could be a good bear, but a naughty bear maybe, but you're a good bear. It's
There's that.
bearing.
Hey, your mic works again, John.
There's the one dwarf split directly in half.
Oh yeah, that guy. Like a hot dog that you split sideways, like one half over here, the other half's like on the other side of the pile.
I'm sure that he's besides himself.
Let's just keep moving, please.
You guys keep walking. And yeah, eventually you'll find a spot. Hours pass, and then looking down at the valley, you see the farms begin to thin out, and there's just kind of this very faint trail leading through the valley, running beside this stream, moving slowly uphill, well clear of any trace of the settlement. You're able to kind of like descend the hill and cross that little babbling brook and get on the trail and begin making your way in earnest northward through the valley.
This is when I turn into a horse, and I'm like, "Oh, keep it on."
Thank you, I appreciate it. So, you guys did all that to get to me?
Just kind of
No, it's like
look at
horse.
John. It was kind of his mission.
Y'all didn't have to get involved like that. Thank you. I wasn't sure I'd ever get out.
while we're talking, why were you on the Fairwood?
I just I saw a trail. I was curious about it. Just thought I'd take a look.
Insight.
Go ahead and roll insight.
Pretty fucking good. Insight. Roll of... Sorry, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. 23.
23.
Mm-hmm. Natural 19.
Folk is, he's been tired and mumbly and kind of shaky since you found him. There's a strange edge to his voice right now. It's faint, but there's a note of anxiety that you pick up as you're prodding him about
Anxiety
this.
in like what way? Like he's nervous that I'm even asking why he was there, or
He's definitely like you're just kind of talking casually with him, and he's having a hard time maintaining eye contact for sure. You pick that up, and blanking a lot and stammering. Um, he seems very suddenly more acutely uncomfortable than he was just seconds ago. Definitely feels very closely tied to this subject.
I'll just give him a pat on the leg and be like, "Well, we're glad you're all right."
Yeah, me too.
While we're walking, I think Barbara go. Don, do you know him in what capacity do you know our new friend?
Is his bike not working again?
Was that directed at me?
Yes.
I mean, based on... Okay, so out of character, literally sprung this quest on me at the last moment. So
This was the quest
I
that
actually
brought you into the vicinity of the party.
have no idea anything about Folk, other than what his mission was supposed to be. In character, I assume John knows him fairly well since they work at the same guild.
I think that you probably know Folk in passing. I don't know if you're close necessarily. You know of him, just like like a lot of the people at the guild. And you know that he is uh he's relatively well respected. He's not like top of the class, but he's not like a noob or a shitty, do nothing merc either. He's adequate at what he does. He can take care of himself. He's handled, various types of jobs, exterminations and deliveries and security stuff. Not sure, like you don't really know him as a person, but by reputation, he's competent sellsword
Okay.
in the guild.
Based on my knowledge of him, is he acting like way different than what I would expect, or
Give me an insight check.
sorry, it was a really bad insight. That was a 9.
9. Yeah, I mean, he seems exhausted and weak and shaky.
He's been through a lot.
Yeah, it's been a long fucking month for this guy.
His original mission. I'm trying to find it again.
He was going. He was doing like a delivery down to Helmford.
That's what I was.
No,
No, he's-
Handelar, the other one.
Yeah. Okay. And so yeah, I was gonna ask Folk. So what happened to your delivery?
I don't know. I don't even care at this point.
Oh, I was just wondering if like something happened on the way and that's how they got you, or if they just kind of ambushed you and took it.
No, I had stashed it in the tree line, and was just gonna go a little further up to see what it was. You know, I saw buildings. I was curious. But,
Was this near the crab shack?
no, the turnoff was like it's not far from it, but I hadn't reached it yet.
Okay.
It was
I,
it's a little
I think
wagon, you know, by
yeah,
that stream.
yeah,
You know,
yeah, we know what you're talking about.
yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I was curious about the trail. I wasn't sure how far it went. Didn't realize it went that far. But you know, figured I could handle it.
Did you learn anything about this place while you were being held?
Um, not not a lot. Uh, after they found me, that Willem guy came by to pick me up, and he had me blindfolded almost the entire time until we got to the ruins. And from there, it was well, you saw it. It's horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
So it runs me through that gauntlet and then locks me up, leaves me with a week of food, and
A week of food?
says he'll be back later. A week later, comes back, drops off a couple more weeks. I don't see him again. It's
I'm just glad we found you alive.
what was in that back room you went into?
Well, it was an altar to an unknown like and Burberry starts rattling off the description and he sounds very excited about it. Like
I think describing it, Folk gets a little pale in the face.
you know who it is?
No,
Insight?
sure, insight.
We do not trust this guy apparently.
No, like because he said
Folk
like
could get
I
all
wasn't
the
sure.
insight checks. Willem? No.
Well, no, because I wasn't sure if he paled because of the description or because he recognized it.
Oh, sure.
It's only like a 9 though.
9. It sure looks like the description is putting him on edge and making him very uncomfortable and stressed out.
See, I wish I was on a horse right
Um,
now. Like, say any of the questions I want to ask.
We'll get to
Yeah.
Can reply nay.
we'll get to like a campsite at some point, I assume. Make camp.
Yeah, I mean, you guys will continue this conversation over the course of the day, keep talking. Eventually, you won't be a horse anymore. You can chime in. We can just kind of abstract this conversation over the course of travel.
Okay. Did he ever see Willem go into that room when he came to deliver food?
No, Willem never went in there, but he seemed to. God, I don't even know. The way he looked at that door, it always made me so scared. He looked excited.
I was right. I turned to Further and I was like, I was right. He has totally sacrificed people in that place. I knew it.
Well, as I said, it's probably as it's probably a pact to the blade. It's probably to a patron. Although I do think it's interesting that he doesn't know the name of the patron, apparently, which is very
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Earlier, he was talking about there's like means that he has to do for them to like turn to his side. What if he's gonna take the people into that room? Sorry.
There's also a question regarding the knife that was just stolen.
Well, we don't
That
know
couldn't
about
have
that.
anything to.
Nobody knows.
Don't know about that.
Oh, none of us saw that either. Okay.
No, I've specifically left it off because I don't know about it.
Yeah, I haven't
There's
asked
also
about it.
there's also the question of the knife that he has. Could it possibly be a weapon that's related to his god?
Well, I do think they are linked. Apparently, he did find the weapon in the room, and I do think he has a special connection with that building, considering all the bullshit that he pulled when he went through it. Either he studied it extremely well, or he has, because like there was the door thing, which although I do know that he has that invisible thingy-majig that can open shit, which is, do crows have fingers? Is that a thing? Do crows have fingers? Anyway, so
It's not a crow.
No.
I don't know what it is, but that's not a fucking crow.
But
Wait, what
it
did
can
you
open,
see?
It can open one door at a time, but not multiple.
It's got hands.
That explains a lot.
But that
It doesn't show itself often, but you can feel it.
yeah, he does have a link to that building. Although I do wonder what those very large mummified critters are.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask actually. Now that we're just talking about it, so I assume, was there any like carvings on the walls when we were walking through those catacombs, or anything indicative of text or whatever?
Oh, I have these things, and he pulls out the rubbings.
Oh,
he
well,
does
that was
have-
more a question for the DM, but
Sure. Burberry does have some text from the altar chamber. Isaac, give me a perception check. We'll just retroactively apply it to your trip through the catacombs.
terrible. Like an 8.
Terrible. You know, not having dark vision kind of sucks.
I had 2 torches. I was just gonna say, okay, how about this then? Because we all saw the corpses at the very least. Given that me and Burberry just looked through literally like an Astron library, even though we can't understand the text, was there anything in the books that indicated anything similar to any of that, or is it totally different?
So,
We still have the books.
based off of that, those are totally different things.
Okay, good to know.
These do not resemble Astron in the slightest. These things have a very alien physiology to them. Forearms and weird, like, wedged heads with multiple eyes, extra eyes.
Like the mummies?
Yeah, the mummies did.
They probably use those forearms to carry food trays.
They're very clearly like old as shit. These things well predate Illyria, the earliest civilization, contiguous with the peoples of today. Um, these are from a previous era on this world, ancient, ancient, ancient.
Good to know.
The old gods.
So, traveling today, you guys will eventually have to stop and make camp after 4, 5, 6 hours, somewhere in there. Um, not having a full day from dawn to dusk to travel. You're kind of starting halfway through. It's not going to be a full day of travel necessarily, but you will get a decent distance between you and Theron's Hold by the end of the day. I guess the question stands, how fast are you guys moving? Are you wanting to move at a normal pace, take it slow and be careful, or you got one of them fucking like hustle and get the fuck out of here?
I think a normal pace till we get to the
I would say
north
north
camp.
until we get to the.
Yeah, we're still a ways out from the North Camp, aren't we?
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll just do normal
think we
pace.
should, yeah, slow down whenever we get close to it, but normal pace till we get there.
Okay.
We will probably be avoiding major roads though.
That's fair. There are not like seriously well trodden highways and paths in this area. It's just kind of the one really rough dirt path, like a really infrequently used wagon trail that you're walking right now. And given that you're traveling very slowly uphill, almost the entire day, through this mountainous terrain, the terrain's probably going to make this a difficult terrain situation. So you're going to be moving at a reduced capacity compared to being like down on the Fairwood Road, say. So it's probably like 6 or 8 miles, somewhere in there, from Theron's Hold by the time you guys make camp. So some distance, not a ton, but some. Making camp. Is there anything you guys want to do before calling it a night?
I would like to pick Barnaby's brain about whatever he's cooking tonight.
Well, I think if I can fish or catch anything, I'd like to make a real nice pot of something. Needs to get some meat on his bones.
Is there a river nearby?
Good question.
Let's check the references tab. Yes. You guys are walking alongside a river.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Barnaby just puts his finger in his mouth, holds it up to the air. Yep, there's a river nearby, and he points it at the
I
river.
can smell the river.
Smell like fish.
I'm just gonna go.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go swimming. And I'm gonna
Take a quick swim.
throw fish at him that I catch.
Okay.
Would you like to divide and conquer? Maybe I could find some herbs or something in the nearby woods. This is to Barnaby.
Of course. I don't mind having company.
Yay!
Fully make sure all that acid is off of my clothing.
Sure.
Which
You
also-
definitely have kind of like a raw, rough feeling to your skin too. So like cold water's kind of nice. It stings a little bit, but it's nice.
I feel like later, when everybody else is like, it's dark, and I'm there, then I'm gonna like clean my clothes.
Sure.
So-
So the three of you foraging, fishing, and such. Survival checks, please.
Oh, I got
20.
19 plus 5.
19 plus 5. Damn, okay. Barnaby, survival.
Survival. Let's see. Get that, boy.
That's a
14.
14,
17.
17. Okay, not bad. You're getting a few bites. It is a little distracting though, having a fish thrown at you every few minutes though. Aloran is just like racing up and down the river, like snapping up all your fucking catches and just chucking them at you. So you get like 4 or 5 on your line, and then Aloran's just like fucking like every like fucking bluegill and perch she gets a hold of. Just
John can breathe underwater and has a swim speed now, so he can do the same.
oh shit!
Nice.
You want to help?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Barnaby's
This
just
is
trying to
not-
fish, and these 2 fucking athletes
This
are
is not
catching all the
fishing.
fish before him.
Not
Does
This is
Barnaby
an
just, like,
abomination.
throw his fishing rod down on the floor, just
Okay,
like,
Hank Hill. Fuck.
Would you rather have normal
God,
fish
man.
or a lot of fish?
This ain't fishing. This is an abomination.
I do declare this ain't no fishing. At least not my kind of fishing. Maybe yours, but it ain't mine.
Boy.
If this was leisure, I'd agree with you, Barnaby, but this is for food.
Yeah, that's actually for
Doesn't mean you can't enjoy what you're doing.
y'all have not bought rations, and y'all have been traveling for a long time.
Yeah.
So this is necessary. So with what was it, a 17, a 24, and a 20 from Burberry?
a nat 20, so a total of 23.
23, damn.
Did
And
you want
John-
me to roll some?
Yeah, John, are you getting in on this?
Yeah, since I'm going underwater and chucking fishes out.
Okay, yeah.
Uh, 23.
He's just off on the shore next to Fulk, just like cradling it in her arms, like.
Did you give that split?
What was it?
23.
Another 23? Fucking A. Okay.
We got fish to last us a week.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna take you guys a lot of fucking time tonight to like prep all this for travel. Like y'all need to be smoking some fucking fish
Yeah.
all night.
I'll try to
But
make some rations.
yeah, I would say with this is enough for 4 days of rations for everybody.
Sweet.
Easy.
I wasn't fishing, so I'm going with, in my hunt, I actually found something that resembles, like, vegetables.
Yeah, that's fair. Enough to season everything, and then some like side veggies, some roots and tubers, and
Does that
Maybe
count
some-
as 4 days of rations for folk as well?
yes,
Cool.
but it's for everybody. A lot of fish. You cheeky fuckers. So yeah. I think we'll probably wrap up
Wait.
as
one
you guys
last thing
make
I
camp.
wanted to do before we
Well,
finish.
one last thing to do before we do. So what is?
Just gonna
what's
fuck
that? What's
everything up one more time. No. I just wanted to I guess once food's been cooked or everybody's getting their stuff going, I would just pull Burberry aside and just say, "Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Of course, what would you like, Noel?
I want to show you
always have
something.
time for you.
If Burberry will follow, I would lead us to my tent."
Oh, yeah!
I promise it's not what you're thinking.
No, Cat's excited. Burberry's like, just curious.
Lauren's looking.
Just getting around.
Lawrence staring daggers.
I think I'm like the least slutty person in the entire group, and yet
What you talking about? I'd say I
we
do.
all know Barnaby fucks. All right.
You don't know that. You don't know anything at all.
Made a move on anybody in this party, and the only time I did was to
I
protect
haven't
you.
either.
This is last time.
To be, I don't think anyone's actually made a move on anyone in the party.
Oh god. Anyways,
Anyways, yeah, I'll take out my lamp, and I'll just, as we sit down, Burberry, I'll just say, "Did you want to take a look at this? You mentioned it earlier," and I'll take out the dagger and present it.
So, because Burberry has a full mask on, you can't see that his eyeballs turn to saucers. But he's just like, he just looks at it in silence, and then he looks at you, and then he looks at it, and then he looks at you, and he's like, oh my. And then he immediately starts scribbling notes in his journal, but he kind of like, he pauses for a second, kind of tilts his head, and he says, does this mean he's not going to be able to feed the prisoners?
He got past
And
the,
then keeps writing.
he got past the guard once to get the dagger.
You do make a good point. Is there anything about this?
Yeah, so what are we looking at now that we got it?
So, you have seen this dagger at a distance, but what you hold in your hands has a polished stone hilt. It's carved from this like gray quartz with like black veins shot through it. The blade itself, it looks rough. Like it's very, very old looking. So the blade doesn't have like that nice clean sheen to it. It's aged and modeled. But the edge is still very sharp.
Is it remnants of the cave, like the blade itself?
The blade is a darkish metal. It's not quite the same color. It doesn't look like it was forged there or made from those materials necessarily. However, looking at it closely now under light, you can see that there is a line of runes along the blade, like chiseled into it, that match some of the runes that you've rubbed off of those pillars. So you do see there is a match in the script here.
No, this is absolutely astounding. Well, I can't believe you stole this. And he like offers a high five. And then he goes, is it going to be a problem whenever we're picking up payment, or was this a scenario where we weren't planning on picking up payment?
I didn't think that far ahead. I just really didn't like that man. And I don't think he deserves this.
It's a fascinating specimen. I do think that if we plan on keeping it, we might not want to pick up payment, considering he'll probably figure out it was one of us by then. Probably me. You know, he'll probably think I did it.
Well, would you like to hold on to it?
Heavens no.
Well, we've got a month to figure it out.
Don't make any agreements to it until you figure out what's its deal, okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to mess with it, I promise.
All right, just please be careful, because I do greatly like you as a person, and I would like you to stay as you are now. Well, you know, maybe with relative change, net change is natural, but generally the same.
I get what you're going for. I hope I have not caused us a lot of problems with this, but we'll see.
Well, for now, none have seemed to have arisen. As time goes on, we should adapt.
Just keep your eyes out for Sonag.
Oh, I'm so proud of you. Dad's so proud of you.
Anyway, we should probably get back to cooking before people start thinking we're making out.
It's too late.
We're making out with.
Can a human make out with a dragonborn?
Oh,
They can.
Why not?
Oh, I'm not a human first.
All right, Noelle, if you could do me a very
You could be.
small favor, if you could make the most unenthusiastic sounding vaguely orgasmic sound, like it's horribly disappointing, I would greatly appreciate it.
That's going to cost you some money. And I'll pocket the dagger and rejoin with the group and start helping them cook.
Are you sure I can't do it? I can't convince you to do it for the look on Lauren's face?
Come on, Burberry, we got work to do.
You're gone.
Of course.
All right. So, you guys end up rejoining the party, enjoying a nice meal tonight, setting up some watches, and drifting off to sleep.
While food is being made and all that, Burberry will message Noelle and say,
did you want us to keep this between us?
If it becomes an apparent problem, you can share it.
I will leave it up to your discretion. You were always better at this sort of thing than I was.
Fair enough.
All right. So, you guys settle your business and tuck in for the night. And drifting off to sleep. Finally free of Willem's unsavory presence. Rest peacefully tonight.
Hey, who's taking watch?
Just let the DM do his thing, man.
Yeah. All right, we're almost done. You guys will get a decent night's sleep. Most of you. Noelle.
Oh boy.
Your sleep is troubled. You have a hard time getting comfortable tonight, and when you do finally fall asleep, you plagued by this sense, this presence that is just sort of looming over you. And eventually you pass into a dream. And it's dark here, but it's warm. You can feel hard stone under your feet. There's a faint red light shining before you. The silhouette of an altar, of a figure standing over the altar, arm raised high, hands clutching nothing. They seem confused. The light flickers and flares, and overhead you can see a great dark mass. This enormous floral shape carved out of the stone hanging from the ceiling. You see the figure look up to it, raise their hands, fall to their knees. And the stone shudders. The petals recoil and open, recoil again, pulsing like a beating heart. And on one, you see a single point of light ignite. And then another. And then spiraling circle out from the center. On each petal, a point of light appears, like a burning ember. Faintly illuminated by this light, you watch this stone pulsing statue twist, descending, its form elongating, and the beak bending to face the figure at the altar. And then you feel this deep, resonant voice sounding all around you. The voice doesn't speak a language you recognize, but the intent is clear as day to your mind. Where is it? And the eyes flash, illuminating the shape. And immediately, you, standing at the edge of the room, are showered in this fiery light as the enormous shape swivels to look at you. And the voice sounds again. You are not chosen. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Guys, I touched the DM's favorite character. Yeah, he's mad at me. Wisdom saving throw. Gonna use my inspiration. Fuck. 7.
7. Well, I can tell you this. That was not a success. We'll find out what happens with that next time.
Oh shit.
Why'd you take the dagger?
Because he
Great
wanted
question.
it.
Oh my god. This is gonna be some fucking shit, man. Woo!
Is Pete gonna become one of the big bad guys again? That'd be funny.
Or be a multi-class all of a sudden.
They gain 5 levels in the Hexblade
No,
Warlock.
no, because he's not chosen.
That's true. I
Oh,
was not
that's
one of
right.
the chosen.
So you're gonna lose a level.
Oh, you gonna lose something.
Oh, you're a changeling. You can grow back.
We'll see.
Okay, so to wrap up for the night, gotta do MVP and supports. So, any nominees for MVP tonight?
Saying a Lauren again?
I'm gonna vote Barnaby because he dove into he gave us a clear warning about the acid.
I'm mostly saying because of all the pass without a trace. Because
Oh yeah, that was really good too.
Yeah, those was pretty good. Darn near necessary. Now that certainly helped me out quite a bit.
What you want to vote for? Yeah, come on, it's not that hard. There's 4 of them. Oh wow. It sounds like 1 for Barnaby and 2 for Noel's, or for Lauren so far.
Yep.
First, I go Burberry.
1 for Burberry. Okay. John, you got a vote?
I'll go with Burberry.
Okay. So
But why? Oh, I I did was hurt myself a lot.
You got us into the crazy chamber, which is now gonna fuel Noelle's little side
Yes,
quest.
I just have to. It's fine, guys. I just have to murder someone every night. It won't be a problem.
I'm so worried for Noelle. I feel bad for not taking it, but also I know better.
Yeah, no, I was completely expecting to suffer the consequences of this.
Here we go. So Aloran and Burberry then both got 2 votes. So I'll give y'all both an inspo. As far as supports go, I'll say Aloran and Burberry for sure. You guys both explored the altar room together, which was pretty intense.
It's also the prank thing.
That's pretty. I mean, I can't. I would say John and Folk, but Folk is an NPC.
There wasn't a whole lot of
No, I will say,
interact.
considering you guys did just help John like finish this job, you know, retrieving Folk, I'd be willing to say like John got a point with everyone.
That's cool.
You want to go there? Yeah.
Cool. Can I have one with Noelle? We did have that interaction at the end there.
Yeah, I think that's a good one too. Burberry and Noelle.
Because Noelle shared a secret.
That's true.
Noel, we finally have another point in support.
Yeah, we finally have 3.
David. Anybody else have any moments that jump out at them from tonight that they think deserve a support?
Oh, I did have one with Barnaby when we were watching Acid from our skin.
That's true. We did have a semi-bonding moment.
That's fair.
There was another semi-one when Aloran kept hitting Barnaby in the face with fish.
That was also good.
Also fair. Lauren and Barnaby, acid and fish. Gotcha.